To call this meeting to order. If you would, stand and follow along with the Pledge of Allegiance and an invocation by Alderman Howden. The United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands, one nation under God,
indivisible, with
with
liberty and justice for all.
all.
Bow your heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gorgeous day in the Ozarks, ability to get out and about and hopefully spend some time with our families. We appreciate the interest that people have shown in the City Council meeting tonight. Any amount of interest in their local government is always great. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, lead a roll call, please.
Schultz,
Here.
LeBlanc,
Here.
Denham, here. Milton,
Here.
Cooper,
Here.
Howden, Lucas.
Did Lucas
And-
acknowledge?
He is attending virtually. Lucas, can you hear us? Give us just 1 second.
Here,
Thank you.
There he is.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So Chief Ted Martin will be presenting an Employee of the Month for January 2026 in both the Service and Excellence and the Special Accommodation categories.
Is it appropriate to read both of these tonight, back to back? Is that okay?
You bet.
Mayor, members of the board, we're catching up a little bit from the snow break we had last month or earlier this month. And so here's 2 awards coming from the fire department. On behalf of the mayor, board of aldermen, the city administrator, and city staff, it's my honor to announce firefighter Josh Moore and engineer Billy Wayne Kefford as the city of Branson's January 2026 Service and Excellence Employee of the Month. On November 9th, 2025, engineer Kefford and firefighter Moore responded with truck 2 to a post-motor vehicle collision cleanup at Highway 76 at the exit ramp from 248. While on scene and awaiting a record, they observed that a hospital directional sign had been struck and knocked down by the vehicle. Taking initiative beyond their initial response, engineer Kefford and firefighter Moore assessed the damage to the sign and reinstalled that sign so it remained visible to drivers and visitors exiting the highway. Engineer Kefford and firefighter Moore, their initiative, teamwork, and commitment to public safety reflects the city of Branson's core values and exemplify their dedication to going above and beyond the service with our community. I'd like to invite firefighter Josh Moore down to the front as we read the second one. Billy Wayne Kefford was unable to make it due to a schedule conflict tonight. The second award, if we could have the next 2 work on down towards the front, Jared Easton and Brian Hutchins. Again, on behalf of the mayor, the board of aldermen, city administrator, city staff, it's my honor to announce fire department employees, engineer Brian Hutchins and engineer Jared Easton to the city of Branson's January 2026 Employees of the Month for a special accommodation category. This category recognizes employees who have encountered life-saving and particularly dangerous situations. In the early hours of October 23, 2025, Branson Fire Rescue responded to a residential structure fire under extremely hazardous conditions. In other words, the house was fully involved upon our arrival. After learning that an occupant was still inside the home, firefighters immediately transitioned into a rescue effort. Engineer Hutchins and Engineer Easton, both serving as acting captains on that day, made entry, located the occupant, and removed her from the residence. Firefighters then worked along TCAD paramedics to provide life-saving care. Engineer Hutchins and Engineer Easton worked in very difficult fire conditions to carry this rescue out as part of their coordinated team effort alongside all personnel responding to this tragic fire incident. Their professionalism, teamwork, and dedication reflect the high standards of service expected at Branson Fire Rescue. Congratulations to all of you for the work that you do here in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, now what are we going to do? No. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chief. So I have proclaimed February 9th through February 15th, 2026, as Ronald McDonald House of the Week in Branson, Missouri. We have Ashley French here to accept the proclamation. Ashley, please come to the podium while I read the proclamation. Yep. And I'll tell you, Ashley, I have a personal feeling now for what you do firsthand. I spent about 5 months in rehab,
Okay.
and I had the opportunity to visit with many families that were wasn't with Ronald McDonald House, but the same purpose
Yeah.
of taking care of them and their kids while they were away from home, getting medical procedures done. So I now have a big spot in my heart for what you do. I know when I read the proclamation last year, I didn't have as much
Yeah.
personal feeling.
Sure.
But I'll tell you, I really take my hat off to what you do.
Well, I appreciate that. We appreciate being able to come here and share our story and how many families are impacted in Branson. It's been about 450 families impacted in Branson since we started about 35 years ago.
That's right.
And that's a lot. And if there was a family this year, the Kaufman family, I don't know if you know them or not, but they stayed at our house about 3 months this
Isn't that
year. And their
something?
baby went home healthy and happy, but they were with us for 3 months this year.
You know, and if they didn't have the advantage of what you provide, night and day difference in their recovery.
Yeah, we appreciate you saying that. And I think once you do hear a story, you see it, you're going to know that forever. And we're glad to offer it free of charge to families. And there's just no requirement to come in. There's no financial requirement. We're there for them when they need us. So thank you for saying that.
Oh, man, life-changing. Good for
Yeah,
you. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
So the proclamation reads, whereas the Ronald McDonald House programs have provided a home away from home and an invaluable source of hope and comfort for families and children who must travel far from home for medical treatment. And whereas the 2 Ronald McDonald Houses, located in Springfield, Missouri, allow their guests to maintain close contact with their seriously ill children by providing a secure and supportive environment at no required cost. And whereas the Ronald McDonald House near Cox South and the house at Mercy Kids have served the needs of 952 Taney County families and 425 of which are residents of Branson, Missouri. Whereas on Thursday, January 29th, 2026, 70 McDonald's restaurants in various other locations began showing their support by asking customers to share their heart by donating the Ronald McDonald House charities of the Ozarks through the Share a Heart campaign. Now therefore, I, Larry Milton, Mayor of the City of Branson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim February 9th and February 15th, 2026 as Ronald McDonald House Week.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
beautiful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Want to do a picture? All right.
Ashley, thank you. Now I'd like to present a special commendation recognizing the support provided to our community by local nonprofits. Can I please have a representative from the House of Hope, Christian Action Ministries, Salvation Army, Charis Group, Our Lady of the Lake Catholic Church, Standing by the Door, community organizations active in disaster, come stand in front of the dais while I read the special commendation. So, in recognition of outstanding community partnership and service, The City of Branson extends its sincere appreciation and recognition to the local nonprofit organizations whose donations, dedication, compassion, and collaborative spirit have made a meaningful difference in our community. Through strong partnership with the city, these organizations demonstrated an unwavering commitment to ensuring the safety, health, and well-being of individuals and families during time of community need. Their willingness to work alongside the city, provide critical resources, and support coordinated efforts reflects the very best of what our community collaboration can achieve. These nonprofit partners exemplify the values of service, cooperation, and care for others. Their actions strengthened our collective response, reinforced the importance of trusted partnerships, and underscored Branson's shared commitment to protecting and supporting those who rely on us. On behalf of the City of Branson, we offer our deepest gratitude for their professionalism, generosity, and dedication to the community we proudly serve. Thank you. What's that? Oh. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Clay. Do you have it? Hey, those are mine.
Mayor, if I may, I have an agenda amendment. I move to consider items 10 and 11 out of sequence from the printed agenda by moving it to the second and third item on the regular agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? Want to come down to the microphone here?
It's just on the agenda. That's all we're speaking.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, this.
The middle?
microphone
Oh,
here.
my bad.
And
Good evening.
You know, we're only speaking about the agenda the order, right? Moving these two items, number 10 and 11,
Nope.
to the front of the agenda.
I thought you were asking about the items.
Oh, not yet.
Okay, I'll wait.
You bet. Is there anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this matter? Hearing none, let's vote. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Okay. Oh. So this is the public comment section of the Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the board will hear from citizens who have signed up in the order they are listed. Please note the clerk will let speakers know when they have 30 seconds left, and notification will sound when their time is up. We ask that speakers wrap up their comments upon hearing the 30-second warning. If a speaker would like a board member to bring an item down from consent agenda for additional discussion, please note this during your public comment. Please come to the freestanding microphone podium to address the board. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
We have 15 speakers signed up this evening.
So what we'll do is we'll limit our public comments to 3 minutes per speaker. And we'll begin with the first speaker. Who is that, Madam Clerk?
Missy Hessick, speaking on the proposed contract between City of Branson and DHS ICE.
Now,
I was just eager. Good evening. My name is Missy Hesketh. I am the former mayor of Forsyth, and I will say there are a few more people here than when we were trying to get the backyard chicken debate concluded in Forsyth. I'm also a candidate for the United States House of Representatives to represent Southwest Missouri in the Missouri 7th Congressional District. I am grateful to be able to address the board ahead of your vote regarding the City of Branson's proposed contract with DHS and bringing ICE into this community. Despite the division in this room and in this nation, I have hope. I have hope because I know in my heart of hearts that we are a good and compassionate and empathetic people. I know that we love all of our neighbors. I know that we value law and order, our Constitution, and therefore due process. And I certainly know that Branson does not want to see the catastrophic fear created in cities like Minneapolis or a huge loss in revenue like Minneapolis has seen to the tune of $10 to $20 million per week due to 80% cancellation rates at their hospitality businesses. I hope you all reflect real sincerely before you move forward with this contract and vote no. Thank you.
thank you, Mitzi. If any other speakers want to talk about this subject, something I would request is wait until that item agenda is up, because then you'll have the opportunity to listen to the presentation prior to making your comments. Just a thought. So, Madam Clerk, who's our second speaker?
Judith Overson, speaking on Bill 6644.
So am I addressing the proper bill at this time?
Is that,
6644?
if you would, wait till that comes up on the agenda so you can hear the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judith. What is on the agenda?
This is just public comment.
This is public comment before the agenda. But we're going to start with that item first, right? So right after public comment, we're going to be on that topic. I'm sorry? That's right. That's right. If you would come up to the microphone. Oh,
Good afternoon, Council. If I may expedite this a little bit further, I can guarantee that most of the public speakers here tonight are here in regards of the ICE contract. So we might go ahead and this is your meeting, of course, but expedite the public comment until after we push forward this bill and are allowed to hear from this bill. Also, I forgot to mention my name. My name is Trent Davis. I'm a resident of Hollister, and I am also running for Missouri House District 156. So to save the headache and confusion, I would recommend to move forward and talk about this without the public comment, because that's
Right.
what most of it will be.
thank you.
Thank you,
Are there any public comments not addressing this bill? Oh, come on up. Are you signed up to speak, David? Okay.
Good evening. My name is David Cushman. I'll eat it. Good evening. My name is David Cushman. I'm here to speak on a couple of different bills that you have, and I understand that, yes, I could speak after you read the bill, but I think that we need to set the tone of the evening with a couple of your bills. Bill number 6647. I don't even understand why we're considering such a bill. It's taking away the power from the elected officials and putting it in the hands of the paid staff, is the way I read this bill.
Excuse me,
And-
David. I would encourage you to maybe make your comments after the presentation, because I believe the presentation will answer a lot of questions.
I don't believe it will. Okay? So I'd like to go ahead and make my comments.
Okay,
All right? So. It's on the agenda. 6647, which is the bill, which is the bill that requires 3 aldermen to put an agenda item up to be voted on. Okay?
So it's not the ICE bill. Just want people to know, it's not the
Correct.
ICE bill, folks, so you
Correct.
can relax.
Correct. Yeah. So this bill, if I read it correctly, requires a quorum to be able to even put an agenda item on the meeting agenda. Three aldermen. So how are they going to get together and discuss it if there's not a quorum? It requires staff support. I don't understand why we would require staff support for something that our elected officials want to put on the agenda. It makes no sense whatsoever. You need to deny this bill. You need to remove this item from the agenda, period. Should never happen in this community. Bill number 6646, which is the reimbursement for your edification, Gary.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Is the reimbursement of permit fees on organizations that are building low-income housing. Support this bill 100%, except for the fact that it's only good for organizations that have a project in process prior to January 1st of 2025. So it's a single-use bill, guys. And we set
30
through
seconds.
We set through a meeting, meet the candidates, and I understood that our Ward 3 incumbent suggested it was going to be for all organizations, but that's not the way the bill is written. It should have been offered months ago, certainly when proposed by other aldermen in the past. And it just appears, and it smells like it's a political favor to the Ward 3 incumbent at this point. Thank you very much.
really? Okay. David, I hope you stick around when this is read, because like I said, there'll be much explanation on what you'll hear from this board prior to comments. Have you signed up for public comment?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
James Cushman, Nixa, Missouri. I'm not going to repeat everything he just said about the bill, saying that what you're doing is you're taking all of the power away from the aldermen and giving it to practically the mayor.
Excuse me, once again, after we
I can
do the-
read. I can read, though.
But
So three aldermen is a quorum. Okay. How
three
is-
aldermen is not a quorum, but go ahead.
Then why can no more than 2 aldermen not meet together without it being called a
We're
quorum?
going to discuss that when we present the item for discussion.
Okay. Well, I guess I will wait around for that, and I will talk then after you've presented. I will also say, Alderman Howden, I'm very disappointed in what you did from this podium, or from this dais a month ago. This is not the place to campaign for other people. That was unacceptable, and you shouldn't have allowed it.
Bob, have you signed up?
I have, and I am not going to wait until the end. I'm going to give my speech.
Even though you know the information that's going to be provided is going
information-
to answer your question.
The information put out in the agenda should have been complete. The staff report had nothing in it about what you're talking. The staff report was pretty clear.
Go ahead, Bob, it's your time.
Yes, elected officials should be able to openly discuss and place an item on the floor. At the very most, the rule that already is put into place, attempting to stifle opposing positions, should be sufficient. 2 aldermen representing a ward and the city at large. If any 2 aldermen discuss and determine that a subject needs to be reviewed, they have been elected to do so, and that is their job. And staff time should be allowed. If it is the opinion of staff and the mayor that the cost of staff time is too great for an issue, then at the very least allow it to be brought to the board during public meeting for discussion regarding the use of staff and the issue itself. This move is to make half the board agree before we ever see it brought to the public. And frankly, exactly what we have come to expect from the city, a lot of backdoor politics. I realize time is precious, but perhaps if you all took a little less time patting yourselves on the back and singing Kumbaya every meeting, there would be more time for actual business. At least be honest, the tide of single-issue politicians is coming to an end. A new wave of intelligent alderpersons is coming, and the only way to stop them is to shut them down from the start. A vote in favor of this amendment is a vote for tyranny, oppression, and arbitrary control. It appears staff or the administration can put virtually anything on the agenda. This time because a supposed member of the public mentioned in a ridiculous and petty pontification, we have not only discussions, but an amendment. That was a member of the public, and now you want to make 3 aldermen have to decide whether we can put something on the agenda or even talk about it in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there any other public comments that don't address items 10 and 11 on our agenda? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you read the first item on the agenda, please?
So we're going to start with the consent.
Oh,
agenda.
consent, I'm sorry. Let's do the consent agenda. Are there any items that any member of the board or staff would like to have moved down from the consent agenda to ask any additional questions or comments? Madam Clerk, would you please read the items on the consent agenda?
Your Honor, the items on the consent agenda are as follows. Approval of the Board of Aldermen minutes for the January 13th, 2026 special meeting, January 13th, 2026 regular meeting, and January 30th, 2026 special meeting. Acknowledge receipt of advisory park board minutes for the November 8th, 2025 regular meeting. Acknowledge receipt of the Planning Commission minutes for the December 2nd, 2025 regular meeting. Acknowledgement of disbursements for November 20th, 2025 through January 14th, 2026. Acknowledge receipt of monthly contract report from January 5th, 2026 to February 1st, 2026. Your Honor, that concludes the reading of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a motion approving all items on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Lucas? Lucas?
Artie, can you hear us?
Yes, 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 yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, was that your vote on this?
Yes.
Yes.
The result of the
Okay.
vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is the public hearing and first reading of Bill Number 6640, an ordinance approving the preliminary plan development for the property known as the Sanders Development on Shepherd of the Hills Expressway, Branson, Missouri.
We'll now open this public comment hearing and begin with a staff report from Amanda Ross.
Thank you. Nope. Should be item 6, planning.
Sorry about that, Amanda.
That's okay. Thank you. Good evening. This item is for a preliminary plan development request. The request applies to the Sanders Development on Shepherd of the Hills Expressway. Board action tonight is limited to preliminary plan development approval. No construction is authorized. The property is owned by Noah James Sanders and Patricia Sanders. The applicant is Noah Sanders of the Promised Land Zoo. The intent of the PD is to support zoo operations, animal care, and long-term functionality. All public hearing notices and requirements have been satisfied. This aerial shows the subject property's location south of Shepherd of the Hills Expressway. The site is currently undeveloped and adjacent to the Promised Land Zoo. The location provides logical connectivity to the existing zoo operations. Utilities and roadway access are already present along the corridor. The property is currently zoned community commercial. Surrounding properties along the corridor are also zoned community commercial, and the base zoning allows commercial activity but does not fully address the zoo's operational needs. The request is to apply a planned development overlay. The PD allows flexibility in site design while maintaining zoning standards. Uses and development perimeters will be finalized in the final PD approval. This property is currently vacant and undeveloped. Surrounding land uses are commercial and tourism-oriented. I'm sorry, this just went to... Can you start me over? My apologies. So the request is to apply a planned development overlay. The PD allows flexibility in site design while maintaining zoning standards. Uses and development perimeters will be finalized in the final PD. The property is currently vacant and undeveloped. Surrounding land uses are commercial and tourism-oriented. The PD is compatible with existing development patterns. Public water is available along Shepherd of the Hills Expressway. Sanitary sewer infrastructure already traverses the site, and no utility capacity issues have been identified. The area is designated community commercial under Community Plan 2030, and the proposal is consistent with the future land use map. The request aligns with long-range planning goals. The PD is organized into 3 functional parcels. The first parcel focuses on commercial and agri-tainment uses. Parcel 2 includes caretaker quarters and operational support, and Parcel 3 allows future agri-tainment and residential support uses. Staff finds the proposed meets the intent of the PD ordinance. The site exceeds the 5-acre minimum requirement. The proposed is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The property is under unified ownership and control, and the PD provides a public benefit tied to an existing community asset. The PD addresses a unique operational situation, and adequate public facilities and services are available. No significant adverse impacts have been identified, and future uses are compatible with surrounding properties. This is a 2-step process: preliminary PD followed by a final PD. A final PD plan must be submitted within 6 months of the approval. Extension may be granted by the Planning Commission. Staff recommends approval with conditions. A minor plat must be recorded prior to building permit issuance, and the PD must comply with Section 94-48 of the City Code. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. The request was approved through Resolution PD 2504, and the vote was 10-0. This item was scheduled for the January 27th BOA. As you are aware, that meeting was canceled. We're asking for a double read tonight as the final PD has been submitted and is scheduled for the March 3rd Planning Commission. And at this time, the property owner and applicant, Mr. Sanders, and his family are present this evening and would welcome the opportunity to share additional information with the board regarding the proposed plan development.
Hello, everyone. I'm Noah Sanders. I'll be the Promised Land Zoo is kind of a family-owned business that my wife and I are owning and operating now. We've been there for 2 years, and the whole goal with this, if you've been through the zoo before, it's actually Branson's largest attraction. That's a little known fact about it. It's 74 acres right in the center of Branson, and it's a 2-mile drive-through. We've got 2 petting zoos. I don't know if everybody's been through it before, but we're in the business of expanding that. So when we took over 2 years ago, the zoo was doing fine, but it was kind of stagnant. It actually had a little bit of a stale taste to it. There hadn't been any growth in a few years. So the last 2 years has been nothing but growth. So my wife and I, we were able to take it and do some things different and, kind of bring some new life to it. And then speaking of new life, I've got 2 of my 3 daughters are over there, those 2 little blonde girls over there. And we're living in the quarters of the zoo right now. There's an apartment in there, and it's fine, but we need more space, okay? So to kind of sum up the whole project here, we bought the 5 acres next to the zoo where it all connects, and the goal would be, just to speak plainly, for us to build our house there. So it'll be a caretaker's quarters. It's on property that we own, and the whole goal would be for us to build our home there. But just as equal to that, not just for us to have a place to live, the zoo needs the functionality of that property to be able to build quarantine facilities as we bring in new animals, more endangered animals. There's just not enough development on the zoo itself for that. And we need more area for shop space to build projects for our Christmas lights and things like that. So the whole plan here is, it's 2 phases. We need a nest, we need a place to live and grow, and we need more room to actually be able to develop the zoo. So it's actually, it's crucial that we do this because there's no place for us to live. I don't know if you've ever taken a zebra home with you to bottle feed it at night, but it's not easy. So when I have baby zebras and I have to load them up in my trailer and go off park, feed them and come back, it's not practical. My oldest daughter's favorite animal is this baby capuchin that we have, Winston, and he's awesome, but I don't want him in my house anymore, okay? So we need to move him to this facility that I'm talking about where we can raise our babies the right way, have them on park, and still be able to do daily business. We thought about a lot of options. How can we, why build on Shepherd of the Hills? We don't really want to build on Shepherd of the Hills, but we have to. If we even move a few minutes away, we won't be able to operate as we need to. So the only option we have is to do it on these 5 acres. And we've got the land, we just need the approval from you guys to do it. And you'll see the zoo keep growing and growing and growing, which is obviously good for Branson. So I think it's a win-win all the way around.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the alderman? It was good to hear that the planning and zoning approved this unanimously, right, 10-0. Ruth?
I just want to say thank you so much. Because I sat on the planning commission, but your presentation was fantastic, so thorough, but we are missing a monkey here tonight.
I had a different lemur we were going to bring today. His name's Echo. He's a rough lemur. But Jennifer actually emailed me privately and said, there's too many people, don't bring your monkeys. So I asked her, how many times have you sent that email? She said, this is the first time. So, no problem.
That's great. Great answer. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions?
Any other questions from the alderman? Any questions or comments from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. We need to close public comment. So the public comment section is closed. So you've now heard the first reading of Bill 6640. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anybody in the audience? So let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6640 for its final reading due to timing.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Hearing none, let's vote. We're voting to approve a second read. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6640, an ordinance approving the preliminary plan development for the property known as the Sanders Development on Shepherd of the Hills Expressway, Branson, Missouri.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6640. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Madam Clerk, this is the final read. Would you please provide a roll call vote, please?
Schultz,
Yes.
LeBlanc,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
Yes.
Lucas. Give us just one moment for Alderman Lucas.
Yes.
Thank you, Alderman Lucas.
Result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6643, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Missouri Department of Public Safety, Office of Homeland Security for the award of the 2026 Local Violent Crime Prevention Grant and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6643. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and we'll get a report from Chief Eric Schmidt.
Mayor, members of the board, thank you very much. This is the same grant that I've come to you over the last 4 years that has helped fund our license plate reader program. And so basically what this amount has been awarded is to fund, continue funding those same cameras that we've had up for the last 4 years. And it offsets our budget by about $25,000. So we do recommend approval of this. The reason for the double read is we were delayed in bringing this to you this year because of the government shutdown earlier last year. Normally this would have been brought to you in November, but we're under contract, and so we have to get going and making that payment. So,
Okay. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? You want to come down to the microphone, please?
My name is Misty Cenobio. I've lived here probably about 12 years or so. And I'm just wondering if this is for a license plate reader, and correct?
yes,
Okay, and the majority of the people getting tickets are the locals?
they don't get tickets based on this.
They don't what?
They don't get tickets. This is not a traffic camera.
It's not, it's
No.
just purely,
Basically, it alerts us when a stolen car goes through it or somebody with a felony warrant goes through it, so that we can,
so you have all their information?
I'm sorry?
Like, if, as they go through the
Mayor,
way,
I would
like,
just
what are
remind you that this is a comment section, not a question and answer. There's reasons, and we need to follow the
I'm
decorum.
trying to be,
Okay, thank
getting
you.
clarification here. Is that correct?
So we give a brief explanation?
So this section is for public comment, and so we
Yes.
don't really do questions back and forth. But if you
Right.
want to state your comments regarding this, after the chief has given his presentation, that's what
So
that's
we
for.
can't just answer one question?
It's not really a public back and forth. There's reasons for that. So if you wanted to come in and talk with staff about it, we can more than happy to sit down and meet with you and share all the details about
Well,
it.
I would love that. How do I schedule that, sir?
You can come down to City Hall anytime.
Can I talk to you?
Sure.
And your name?
I'm Solon McGee. I'm the city attorney. Sounds good. And Chief, you might also explain to them the benefits of these cameras and how they're used, just so they understand a little bit better. Maybe this will answer a question.
To answer, no, not all of the information is in there. We don't get name, we don't get address, anything off of that. It's basically the same as if we had a police officer that got to be on the lookout for a stolen car or something like that. When the plate goes through and the associated plate that is associated with that car or that person, it alerts our officers. What that has allowed us to do is prevent crime from happening in the city, because we're now getting the word when the stolen car and the criminal comes in before they can commit crime in Branson. Victimize, drop that stolen car and steal another car or whatever it is. So it allows us to get these offenders much faster. It's like having a police officer on those corners where those cameras are. It also allows us, after a crime has occurred, to be able to find a vehicle fleeing the area. And we were able to solve a very good ATM burglary a couple years ago based on exactly that. We had a rental car that fit the MO come through, and we were able to research, get that plate, call the rental car company, and find out where they were, and we got them with the $38,000 stolen from the ATM. It does not reveal to us any ownership information or anything along those lines. It's, again, this is a briefing, and so we do not get any kind of information personal to the driver.
Chief, just to answer a few more questions for them, you might also discuss how this correlates with the Amber Alert program.
So the same thing as an Amber Alert. When you guys see the Amber Alert on the overhead cameras, or you get your phone message with it, with the plate and the description of the car, that's exactly what we receive for these pre-entered plates. There are restrictions on what can be entered in there, so we don't put people in there that have traffic warrants or things along those lines. It has also helped us greatly with domestic violence situations. Last year alone, we had somebody that severely assaulted his wife, and we were able to, and fled before our officers got there. He was obviously a risk to her if he came back. We were able to enter the plate into the system, and we had him in custody within 5 minutes. That's what the system does for us.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions or comments? Yes, come up here to the mic, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Randy Anglin. I know some of you up there. I'm a local attorney. I have been a resident since 1991. I'm going to make some general comments that aren't specifically geared at the license plate, but generally ICE in question. First of all,
This really doesn't ICE, right? This particular topic is only the camera reader.
what is ICE doing reading local license
ICE is
plate?
not reading it.
Why are they funding it?
They're not.
They're not. Nobody said ICE.
That's a different item on the agenda.
It's a different agenda item.
Okay.
And I think it's next, isn't
Okay.
it?
I apologize.
It's next.
I apologize.
Next item will be ICE.
And if I could just satisfy that question, Solon, we actually sign an agreement with the license plate reader vendor that we do not share that information with ICE.
Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Hearing none, we ready to vote? So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Artie, are you voting?
Sorry about that. They keep muting me. Dad?
Are you voting, Artie?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6643 for its final reading due to timing.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Hearing none, let's vote. I'm sorry? No, this is a second reading for this same item. So let's vote to approve to have a second reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill Number 6643, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Missouri Department of Public Safety, Office of Homeland Security for the award of the 2026 Local Violent Crime Prevention Grant and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6643. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any board members wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any members of the audience wishing to speak? No. ICE is next. Madam Clerk, the second reading, would you provide a roll call vote, please?
Diddim,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
Yes.
Lucas.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6644, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Homeland Security for a memorandum of understanding for the purpose of training and assigning officers to perform certain immigration enforcement functions and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
So this is the ICE topic. Right? So you have heard the first reading of Bill 6644. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Eric Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This is basically falls under the Immigration's Customs Enforcement 287G program. As you've read the staff report, so I'm just going to go a little more in depth into it for obvious reasons. I've been exploring this program now for the last couple years, and it's taken a while to work its way through for me to meet with the people involved and get the assurances that what I'm telling you is correct. First of all, I want to stress to each of you, you're all familiar with my relationship and my love of the community that we have and the reception that we do get from our residents in the community, our visitors, and that is absolutely precious to me. I would never bring anything to you that would jeopardize that. Ultimately, this is my legacy that's on the line if I mess up. I am bringing this to you not because of that. I am bringing this to you because it is better for our community. It's better for the very people that probably many of the people in this room are going to be speaking out for, and I will explain why. 3 years ago, we had several situations. We've dealt with several MS-13, people from other countries like Haiti, the Dominican, that were actually taking over some of our motels, Polar Bear Inn being one, Hall of Fame being another, and were actually intimidating the residents that were there, whether they were there illegally or not. We had shootings, we had stabbings, we had a fire, and we had multiple occasions where they surrounded my officers and tried to intimidate them the same way that they would intimidate the residents there. What that resulted in is, although we had criminal activity going on, we had no cooperative witnesses, we had no cooperative charges, anything along those lines to help get these problem makers out of there. It was quite akin to what you saw from the Trans de Agua in Aurora, Colorado. That is why we started looking into this. We needed another tool to be able to help remove the problem from the community when they are intimidating the people to the point that we just can't get cooperation for prosecution. This 287G program does allow us to do exactly that. When we have somebody that is intimidating, committing multiple crimes, and not having the adjudication, and also giving us false identification, which happens quite a bit, it makes it harder for us to remove them from the community and to continue to victimize those same people that we are concerned about. That being said, that's why we've looked into this program and why we're pursuing it. We have the ability to handle this at a local level under our policies and procedures, which are we are more restrictive than what you see in other communities being performed by ICE. Our policies on use of force, our policies on citizen interaction, our complaint policies, everything is more restrictive, and we do hold our officers to a higher standard. Many of you have ridden with my police officers. Many of you have attended the Citizens Police Academy. Many of you understand the character of the officers that we hire. I would much rather have my officers being involved with these actions than people coming in from outside of the community from federal agencies that may or may not have the same values that we do. We are in a better position to handle it the way we've always handled it in taking care of our community. The PD has final discretion on any actions we take under this. This is why it was so important for me to meet with the regional special agent in charge in Springfield, because even if they authorize us to make a custody under this, it's our final discretion whether to make a custody. We will have policies in place that our officers, in order to make a custody, there has to be some type of criminal nexus. There has to be some kind of continuing ongoing issue that is degrading to victims, that is causing quality of life issues. This is not us going down the street, stopping people of a different race, asking for papers. We absolutely will not do that. Besides it having to have a criminal nexus, it has to have supervisor approval as well. They do provide us a list of people that they know are in the country illegally. There is no requirement for us to go act on that list. However, if a person on that list is on our in-house records for multiple problems like we had at the Polar Bear or the Hall of Fame, we will be visiting. This helps us to protect those same people that many of you are in the room for. We understand that there are people trying to make a life for themselves. We are not here to be checking on everybody. We are not physically able to go through and run everybody and take them out to Greene County, which is the ICE detainment. This sprouted from and came from those issues where we had several victims that were in the country undocumented and were being victimized, and that is unacceptable to us. One final piece, the police department in Branson already utilizes the program through the federal government, which is the U visa, and we have protocols in place so that our victims of violent crime, we can assist them in obtaining a U visa so that they can stay in the country, they can continue to cooperate with prosecution, and it can hopefully expedite their citizenship in the country. We have been doing that as long as I've been here at this agency, and I have approved and signed every one of those U visa requests. So that is my staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Oh, don't let me interrupt. Any questions from the board? Yes, Marshall.
Chief, is it accurate to say that ICE does not need this bill nor our permission to operate within this community?
No, they do not. And I would also venture a guess that if we do not assist, then when they come down with a much wider net than what my officers will be looking for.
Is that it, Marshall?
I just wanted to, the point you made about would we rather have our local guys that know the area handling local problems or outsiders handling these problems? That stuck to me, what you said there.
Yeah, and another example I do have from you, last year we did have a person in from El Salvador that was wanted on terrorism charges for explosive making and was wanted on an Interpol notice. Unfortunately, that Interpol notice was one that only came under that same civil authority that immigration has. We had contact with that individual twice for accidents that he caused with no license, no insurance, and we cited him, but we could do nothing else about that Interpol notice. Had we had the 287G in place, we would have been unable to take him into custody on that Interpol notice.
And here's another thing, Chief, because a lot of these people may not know you, but I know you, and I know your character, and I know the character that you instill in all these officers here, and when you say something, I believe that to be your word.
Absolutely. I learned long ago, I've been a police officer 34 years, and I have to stand by what I tell you. Mayor, I've told you, it's not my job to tell you what you want to hear. It's my job to tell you the facts and let you make the decision on that. Sometimes that results in me telling you things you don't want to hear. But I have found in a lifetime of public service, it's much better to be transparent and truthful than it is to try to pull the wool over somebody's eyes.
Any other aldermen? Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, Chief, reading through the contract, do I understand it correctly that when we're engaged in this kind of activity as our local law enforcement, that it's our rules of engagement, our policies, our procedures that we follow, not whatever ICE has?
Exactly. And that, again, is one of the strengths of this, is that we are acting under a much more restrictive policy on how we deal with situations, our use of force matrix, even our body cams, right? We already require our officers to have body cams activated for any contact we have. As you saw in Minneapolis, it took a long time for federal agents to be required to do that, and I believe that was only because of public pressure. We already do that because that's the best course of action, and it has helped us many, many times.
Follow-up question. I was asked this by a number of citizens, and you kind of touched on it, but let me just verbalize it and you can address it. You know, we have a community where we have a lot of visitors come to our community. And this year, probably a lot more foreign visitors than we ever will because of the World Cup issues. We also tend to hire during our peak season, not hire, but we have a fair number of J1 employees from foreign countries that are here to work and doing a good job working for our businesses. How does this affect those folks?
It will not. The J1, they're already here. They would not even qualify for a detention under that. Now, we have had occasion where J1s, one of the examples I gave you of the Haitians and the Dominicans, we had several J1s that overstayed what their visa allowed, and then that's when we started having those issues.
Anybody else?
Chief, one of the things that this board is kind of responsible for is public safety. And you know, I put it at the top of the list: public safety, utilities, quality of life are the three things that this board really looks at doing for the community. And when we talk about public safety, one of the things you mentioned, which is, I was going to bring it up, and Clay kind of brought it up, the fact that because of this relationship that we'll have, if any, let's just call them bad hombres, come into the community, where before you didn't have the ability to know that that guy was, even though you engaged with them twice, we at least will have some kind of a forethought or a foresight in seeing, hey, this guy may be headed our way, be on the lookout for him. And, you know, I think there's a deep inherent value in that, because we do want to keep our community members safe. We do want to keep our tourists safe, because that is the lifeblood of what we do as a community, is tourism. And so it's incumbent that, you know, this bill really strengthens that public safety. And it really gives me a lot of confidence, because, again, dealing with you on a pretty regular basis and the rest of your officers, I know the integrity of you guys, and I know the esprit de corps that you guys represent every single day. And I just want to say to the residents of the community, you can trust that these people are looking out for you and the people that you're representing today. And I believe that with all of my heart.
Thank you. And you brought up something about information sharing. The interesting thing, if you read the contract, is we get access to the ICE resources as far as being able to check things on the computer for exactly what you were saying. We're made aware of people that are a danger. It's not reciprocal. We do not share our information back unless we have a custody or somebody that we're investigating. And like I said already in the previous one, we purposely do not share that information for that reason.
Well, Chief, I appreciate your presentation. If I believed what was happening in Minneapolis was going to happen in Branson, I'd be sitting out there, right? Because what I see on the news is just appalling. My understanding of what is being presented tonight is when our police officers interact with somebody who has a criminal record that is in our country illegally, is when the 287, what is it, 287?
It's 287G.
G, yeah, that would take effect.
Yes, and just for a little history, that program's been in place and authorized by Congress since 1996. It really started being used in 2002 after the 9/11, and for the obvious terrorist connections. And so there are over 1,000 police agencies in America under this. There's also many more thousand of local county lockups and things along those lines that participate. You mentioned criminal record. I want to highlight that in the case of the example I gave you, the polar bear and Hall of Fame, they may have had a previous criminal record in their country, but they had nothing here. And we weren't able to get that criminal record because they were intimidating witnesses to the point that where they were not cooperating and we were not able to pursue charges. However, we knew exactly what they were doing. We saw the terror in these people's faces, and we were working with them. And like I said, they actually, on multiple occasions, surrounded my officers trying to intimidate them. One of my officers is a Colombian national. He is a naturalized citizen and came to work for me, and they tried to intimidate him, and he stood up to that. Unfortunately, that didn't result in criminal charges, and that's what we're trying to be able to accomplish, is when we can't get that criminal charge, we still have that tool when they're causing problems and intimidating others. It allows us to have that tool to remove them.
So for clarity again, the 287G will have no effect on anybody in Branson, Missouri that does not have a criminal record and is an illegal alien.
Again, the record, it's a criminal nexus, I would say, because we may not have that conviction.
But under criminal charges.
Yeah, they're causing crime, we just may not have had the ability to charge them.
Okay.
Yeah, repeat offenders is exactly what we dealt with. We dealt with these same players. I mentioned the MS-13 gentleman, right? Thankfully, there's not a huge group, but at the Polar Bear, he was the one leading everybody there for all of the intimidation and everything. We knew it. We could see it. Again, he tried to intimidate our officers. Had we had this program in place at the time, we would have been able to remove him because he was undocumented in the country illegally. That would have removed a huge problem and would have ultimately made that hotel much safer for the people that were staying there, whether they were documented or not.
Okay, another point of clarity. Well, we're going to get public speaking next. Another point of clarity is our Branson Police Department and this 287G will have nothing to do with going into our restaurants and looking for illegal aliens.
No, we could be requested to do that, but like I said, we have final discretion on what we participate in and what we don't. So we will not participate in that without a criminal nexus of some type that those particular people that they're targeting would be involved in that. We would provide scene security just like we always have, but we will not be involved in that because our policy is going to require the criminal nexus that I've already referred to you.
Okay. I just want to make that point really clear. So at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. And what I'm going to do, because of the number of public comments, I'm going to limit the speakers to 3 minutes, and we'll get through every one of your comments. So first speaker can come up to this microphone, and if you want to line up in order, you can line up along this wall for future speakers. And when you come up to the microphone, if you would, state your name and where you live, not their address. Just the city where you live.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was those of us who had signed up to speak, not everybody. We had an order that we started.
Oh, I'm sorry.
a while ago.
I am so sorry. Thank you. Would you hear me out? Who we'd like to have lined up first are the ones that signed up for public speaking, and we asked them to wait till this came up for the ordinance discussion. So those of you in line, if you were not signed up on the original list outside, if you would please take your seat so we can get them addressed first. Or, okay, let's do.
We signed up online.
You don't sign up online for public speaking.
Hey, Mayor, may I suggest that,
I already clicked through them.
Mayor,
What did we do online with the QR code?
No.
may I suggest
Yeah,
that,
Clay.
may I suggest that Hillary call the names of the people that were signed up for public comment that deferred their time?
It's a great idea.
All right, so, and forgive me
If your name's called, please come to the front of this line.
forgive me if I mispronounce. Justice Gonzalez, Claudia Clifford, Ken Bash, Alex Williams, Gary Groman, Randy Anglin, Misty Zenobia, Joshua Bippert, April Hicks, Becky Meadows, Marcus Kirkland, Paige Standard, Ginger Whitty, Patty Goss, Corey Connor, Arabella Corbin O'Reilly, Ajax Fashi, Alex Garcia Terrell, and Liz Wirtz. Noah Sanders, apologies. Willard Dillo, Stephanie Parker, Travis Harp, Carrie Stowe, Miles Pearson, Bobby Wydeen, Trent Davis, Caden Haywood, and Kristen Platt.
You had called me up first before, and then I was told to sit back down.
Judith Overson, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you are on the list as well. Correct.
Okay.
I would say go.
And Judith, why don't you come address us first?
Thank you. I appreciate it. A lot of the points that I wanted to make have already been made.
Hey, ma'am, could you speak into the microphone, ma'am?
Yes,
Thank
sorry,
you.
I dropped my
No, that's okay, just so they can hear you online.
A lot of the points that I had planned to make have already been made, although one of the points that the chief made about the 287Gs, there is a lot of documentation available of the cost to the city for anybody who has a 287G. So that's one of the concerns I had, is it's going to cost us money to implement this particular program. And it's probably money that could better be spent on the police department that we have, rather than paying it to outside sources. I'd also like to bring up kind of an aesthetic point. Branson, as you pointed out, is a tourism city. We are dependent on the perception of our city. ICE is notoriously unpopular, dare I say hated. Having ICE in any form in our community is going to reflect negatively on us. You had pointed out, Sir Ralph, that you wanted to increase the security of our people. Our people are not going to feel more secure with ICE in our city. It's fine for the chief to say that the contract imposes all these restrictions on them. We've all seen so much publicity where they ignore the restrictions that are imposed on them. I can just as easily see the chief trying to stop them from doing something, and they're just going to ignore, and they're going to go do what they want to do. They have made this abundantly clear. And as you pointed out, Mayor, we don't want the reputation that Minneapolis has, or Chicago, or Portland, or any of these other cities. It's going to cost us our reputation. Our police could better use that money, whether it's hire more police, give him the other tools that he stipulates that he needs, but we don't need ICE in Branson in any way, shape, or form. I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a couple comments. I'm going to make a few comments to that. Judith? This will not cost our police department any money. There's a reimbursement program in place for our police. And
the 287G expenses aren't to the police department, they're to the city treasury.
They'll be reimbursed. That's what goes back to the police department.
Okay, but it's still money that could be used for other expenses, correct?
No, it's a reimbursement for the expenses for the 287G specifically.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but
Okay.
there's, as I said, there's a
Mayor.
lot of documentation
And-
about 287Gs in a lot of cities, and every one of those cities will tell you
Okay.
it costs them money in the long run.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Cedillo Clifford. I'm here with friends and family because Branson is more than a destination. It's our home, our livelihoods, our children, and our future. Branson calls itself a Christian town. Many of us want to believe that means more than tradition or image. that it means compassion, humility, and moral responsibility when decisions affect real people. Tonight, I speak about Bill 6644. I, unlike many others, oppose this agreement. The harm this causes will not stop with Latino families. When local police take on immigration enforcement roles, fear spreads across the entire community. People hesitate to call for help. Victims stay silent. Neighbors lose trust in the very people meant to protect them. Some may assume this affects only a small group. Clearly it doesn't. You have no idea how large, connected, and united this community truly is. We do not live in the past. This is not the Branson of decades ago. The attitudes that once normalized racism and exclusion are not the voice of this town today. Families stand together across cultures and backgrounds. When one group is targeted, the rest do not look away. We are Branson. This decision sends a message that some people are valued while others are watched. Tourists feel it. Families feel it. Businesses feel it. People do not vacation in places where fear and division are visible. That affects local workers, businesses, and city revenue. And what about police officers? Is this really what they want for themselves, for their families, for their children's friends? Some aldermen may still be undecided. Public input matters. The city is watching who stands for safety, trust, and community, and who chooses convenience over conscience. We want to believe you care about us, not about money, pressure, or policies rooted in fear and profiling, but about people, because people are what makes Branson. Not contracts, not enforcement agreements, not numbers on a budget sheet. Us. I'm asking you respectfully and sincerely to vote no on Bill 6644. To protect the trust, safety, and the unity of this community. Leadership is measured not by how closely we align with power, but by how faithfully we uphold our values when it matters most. Please choose compassion. Please choose transparency. Please choose the people who make this town what it is. Thank you.
Okay, again, I'd like to say, if there is an illegal alien that is in our community that has committed a criminal offense, I see you shaking your heads. I feel it is best for our community for that person not to be here. If they've committed Okay.
Mayor, we need to proceed with the public comment.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, who's next? Your name and your city, please.
Hi, my name is Ken Bash. I'm live in the Walnut Shade area. And I've been coming to Branson since I was 4 years old with my grandma. She had a cabin on Taneycohen, and I've loved this city for 66 years now. There's a lot of really good people in the room. We had awards given out for people that did wonderful things, and I know that the people that are on the committee up here care dearly about their city and the businesses and the people of the community here. I know that out here in the audience, there's wonderful people that care about not just our city, but everybody, no matter what color or what they believe in or what they worship or how they live or whatever. I believe that good policing, good, honest police officers has been the backbone of what has made our country great. Just look at any country that has had police forces where all you had to do is make a payoff and you got away with whatever you were stopped for, or so on. It has been the good, decent policing that has made our country strong. With that said, one of the things I think that we've all seen is we have seen that ICE is not doing police work in that manner. They are not listening, and the Department of Justice is passing judgment on people that are being killed in the streets, even with no information other than, well, I shot them, so they had to have been terrorists or something along those lines. Bringing ICE into this country or into Branson is a very, very slippery slope. I'm all in favor of more funding for good police work. I think that more officers doing their job well is what will help keep Branson a place that we like to live and that tourists want to come to, all right? What I really want to say, my wife is a financial analyst in the tourism industry. I know that we've already seen approximately $12.5 billion in tourist dollars lost because of this administration. And if we bring ICE into this picture of Branson, and there is one incident that makes it to the headlines of national news of a citizen, a tourist, anybody being harmed in the street, and it makes it on the news, that the tourism industry of Branson is going to be shot for years and years. I don't think it's in our financial interest.
Thank you very much.
I'm back. It's Misty. Zenobia. Like I said before, I've been here 12 years, and I would just like to say that the audacity of this city to be held up by labor from immigrants and then to even propose this is absolutely wild. Because I don't see anybody in here talking about finding the companies that are employing these people. No, if we're gonna ruin lives, let's ruin all of them. Not just the brown ones, because that's why I'm mad. And to the police officer over here, kudos to you. And I honestly, I do believe that, you mean what you say. But I also feel like I have a family member that was arrested a couple months ago, and she was deported. I was lied to by the police when I went to go pick up the car. I was lied to by the police when I called to do a checkup. I was lied to by the police 5 times, and she was only in custody here for a week. And mind you, it was all over a car accident. Now, did she have some issues? She did. She did, and I'm not gonna lie about that. That doesn't mean that her family doesn't deserve to know where she is. That's ridiculous. And the fact that you guys can sit up here and talk about possibly changing the whole trajectory of these people's lives and their kids, and you're not even worried about that. You're just like, well, if they're not a criminal, how many criminals are here that are American? That's what I want to know. How many outstanding warrants do you have? We have drugs in this town that rival cities, and this is what you're worrying about. I would mildly suggest, respectfully, of course, that maybe you guys put a little bit of this energy into something that could benefit people that live here. And I mean the citizens. We voted for you. I've sat right here and watched some of y'all on your phone, some of y'all rolling your eyes. If you guys don't want to be here, don't be here. Don't be here. But this matters to us. It matters. And it's not right that you guys are getting ready to make a decision on a whole community of people that you don't even belong in. You don't even belong in there. I I have never seen anybody sitting on this board at any quince. Never. Never a birthday party. Never. You don't even know these people. And you're just like, if they're criminals. Well, you know what? I know quite a few that work downtown, and they're all white. So you tell me what the problem really is. And that's all I got to say.
Next.
My name is James Inlow. I grew up in Ozark. And I want to address the specific example used to promote this evening. We want to talk about MS-13 threatening people in this community and our inability to do anything about that. And what I heard during that pitch was that we did not have sufficient evidence to prove that these individuals are criminals. In this example, it sounds great because it allows us to bring justice to the bad gang men. But what we're really saying is these are not criminals by the American justice system that says innocent until proven guilty. We don't have the means to prove these people guilty, and we need permission to get them out of our country anyway. And that's not how democracy works in the United States. On top of that, we want to say that we may be requested to go into restaurants, but we won't do that. But we will take their money. And the money dictates the actions performed by the people receiving it. This sets a truly terrifying precedent where they're allowed to remove people from our community without evidence that they are criminals, just by association with a proverbial criminal nexus. That's just a minutia. It's not tangible, or we would have charged them in the first place.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Justice Gonzalez. I live in the city of Branson, and I operate and own a small business within the city as well. I'm here to ask you to oppose any contracts between our local law enforcement and DHS or ICE. I believe this will instill fear in many of our residents. It will put a drain on our local economy and labor force. It will result in numerous absences from students in our public schools. Their parents will be scared regardless if they are documented or not, and they will not be sending their children to school. I do not support our local law enforcement being complicit in violating our resident civil rights. We can see from other cities where this has occurred that it results in the over-policing of minority communities and targets them based on skin color and language in which they choose to speak. I also would like to point out that I have taken a look at the 2025 crime data from the city of Branson based on their NIBR's reporting, and it should be noted that the majority of most crimes that took place, the offenders were white Caucasian. To name a few, 100% of violent crimes, the offenders were white. 100% of sexual assaults, the offenders were white. 100% of hate crimes, the offenders were white. 100% of liquor law violations, the offenders were white. The majority of offenders for domestic violence were white, with a small percentage being African American or Native American. 100% of crimes involving the possession of pornography or obscene material, the offenders were white. 100% of crimes involving disorderly conduct and loitering, the offenders were white. If our local law enforcement are pulled away from the real crimes that are being perpetrated in our city and instead focusing on immigration enforcement, this will leave our community vulnerable to the real crimes taking place. I have also experienced firsthand individuals who have proper documentation to be in this country who were pulled over by Branson West Police Department. And due to their contract with ICE, they detained the individual and transported him to Greene County Holding Facility. His lawyer expressed that they had no legal right to hold him, and they still would not release him. He was then deported. He was transported to an immigration holding facility in Texas, where he had been shackled at the wrists, feet, and waist for 3 days without any food or water. And then they eventually deported him back to his country of origin in Venezuela. This individual fled the country due to the threat of imminent danger and had legal asylum in the United States. They disregarded his documentation, they disregarded the fact that he had no criminal record, and they treated him inhumanely and deported him anyways. These will be the people that you will be working with and instructing you on who is a criminal and who is not. This is what you will be complicit in if you decide to allow this. You will be doing your residents a huge disservice, and history, and the God that so many of you claim to worship will remember which side of history you chose to stand on.
What name and city, please?
My name is April Hicks. I live in Merriam Woods. I just want to say thank you. I have been a member of the Branson community for 23 years. I'm here tonight to speak in strong opposition to the proposed contract partnering Branson's law enforcement with ICE, which you are being asked to vote on today. So if you are here in opposition to this, please raise your hand in the room. I need you guys to take a look at that. This is Branson. This is your community. I love this community. Outside, they're waiting outside the doors to see you, and they couldn't all come in. But I love this community, and Branson is a place where families come to feel safe. It's built on hospitality, hard work, faith, and neighbors looking out for one another. And that is exactly why this proposed contract is so dangerous. Branson's not just a city, it's a tourism-driven community, and our economy depends on the hospitality workers, seasonal employees, small businesses, and millions of visitors each year. Decisions that affect the trust in law enforcement and our city's reputation reach far beyond paperwork. They affect whether people feel safe living here, working here, and visiting here. Even without a detention center, ICE partnerships across the country have shown the same harmful pattern. When local police become involved in federal immigration enforcement, fear spreads. People stop reporting crimes, victims stay silent, witnesses disappear. The families who work in our hotels, kitchens, theaters, and attractions will be afraid to call for help. When trust breaks down, everyone becomes less safe, including our tourists. These arguments also pull our officers away from Branson's real priorities, which are traffic, safety, visitor protection, and community policing, and they place them under pressure to assist federal agencies. Once that federal funding is accepted, our independence is lost. Branson officers will lose their authority here in this town because we will be under pressure. What I foresee is what's happened in other cities, our officers being put in impossible situations, asked to choose between compliance and their conscience, even when constitutional rights are at stake. Now, I also want to address a deeper concern that many in the community are feeling. The proposed contract creates a coercive dynamic, one where federal funding and cooperation become leverage. We just listened to, the chief say that, they can't require it, but that funding doesn't come without strings. This is not a voluntary partnership. It is a pressure-based compliance. Either you sign, go along with what we're saying, and we might let you have some control, or we're going to blackmail you and we hold the threat over your head that we'll send our officers in anyway. I personally think Branson's got a lot more backbone than that. Most importantly, and I know I'm out of time, this risks destroying trust with our officers, and that's something I don't want to destroy in Branson. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Me again. I'm Randy Anglin, lived in Branson for 35 years now. I'm a local attorney. The phrase that comes to mind when I heard about this is a deal with the devil. We've got, the way the chief explained it, what I took out of it is they're going to be sharing information with us. We don't need a contract for that. What are our obligations? I didn't get anything out of it. What are our obligations? Yeah, we might be asked to rate a restaurant and pick up the dishwashers, but contracts don't work that way. There's something that Branson has to do. Everybody up there took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. I took one similarly. I was an elected official for 21 years here. I cannot reconcile supporting ICE at all and supporting the Constitution right now. Right now, ICE has circulated a memo saying their agents don't have to get a warrant to come in your home. The source on that, Associated Press, CNN, NPR, New York Times, Washington Post. The Fourth Amendment to the Constitution says we have a right against unreasonable searches and seizures. It's got to be a warrant, and they're not honoring that. They're violating the Constitution. The Fifth Amendment guarantees everybody due process. What about Kilmar Obrega Garcia that got whisked off to Nicaragua to our court torture camp? You cannot support the Constitution that you took an oath to do and support ICE. On the due process stuff, you know, they're locking up the kids. A federal judge in Minnesota, Patrick Shills, said in an opinion that ICE has violated 100 court orders just in January alone in Minnesota. Title 8, United States Code, Section 1103 and 1137 sets out ICE's powers, and they have very few arrest powers. They're going way beyond their statutory authority. In fact, I believe the local police are honoring these things called ICE holds. There's nothing in a statute that lets them honor an ICE hold, which is just, hey, hold him for 48 hours. We don't have anything signed. We're not talking to a judge. We're going to hold him for 48 hours. I know they're doing it over at the county, and it's an illegal detention, in my opinion. We started with an invocation. There's symbolism around here. The Bible is clear on how you treat a stranger.
Good evening. My name is Trent Davis, and I've lived in this community. I was born and raised in this community. I was born in that hospital right up there. And I have chosen to live here with my 3 girls and my wife because of the great things that this community offers. A caring community, a diverse population who comes to celebrate the USA, tourists wanting to be here for both our natural beauty and family fun, and of course, the people who come here to work and learn, the J1 students. The temporary workers that make Branson's engine turn. I stayed here because I didn't want to be in a Minneapolis, Chicago, or LA. Our community relies on a tourist economy. Already, we have seen a decline, and ICE officers walking the streets will strangle our economy even further. Having ICE here in the heart of America, where people come to visit for family fun, will crush us, and it will require more job cuts, lower pay, and kill the economy. This town is about 3 things: faith, family, and freedom. Faith in our community means we don't assume the worst from them. Family means we don't support separating parents and children and breaking up families before we have any reason to do so. And freedom is not walking down the streets to see armed, masked agents walking in the same directions next to families here for quality, wholesome experiences. So remember this before you vote. Our economy is on the line, and it's been on a thin line for a long time. Masked agents decrease tourism, and therefore our livelihoods are threatened. The ugliness of ICE will destroy the beauty of Branson. Do not bring ICE into our city and make our communities look like the ones in the news. We are and should remain so much better than that. Let's keep Branson to the Branson standard. Nature's beauty, friendly family experience, vibrant tourism, and the American experience, or the American spirit. So I want to read on the memorandum. It invites federal agents to take over parts of our city. Rather than a memorandum of agreement, it's an invitation. There is no justification for this invitation. We do not have the problems of major populated cities in the US. What we are doing is taking ICE from other cities and inviting them to our streets. Branson has always been a place of safe conservatism, and asking the federal government, especially law enforcement, seems counter to the ideas of free cities who don't want big government. Second, the MOA implies that there are no costs to the city or law enforcement, which is already small. There is no way that this can be done without a cost to us, the taxpayers, and the businesses in Branson. Businesses have closed in Minneapolis, LA, Chicago, and other cities because ICE patrols the streets. This is not good for our community or our people. I'll end on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kristen. I'm a resident of Hollister, but I live 5 minutes from this building, so I wanted to make sure to show up and share my piece. I am frankly appalled at the suggestion of our police force cooperating with ICE in any regard, because that is going to lead to an incredibly slippery slope. And these suggestions are, my apologies, I have a little bit of brain fog, but these suggestions that this won't affect our community and the people are only going to be criminals, they're only going to be offenders, is just not true. Because this is just going to spread, and all of the fear is going to affect our entire community. And I implore you, please vote no. We need to protect our friends, our family, and our community. Anyone who is here is contributing, and they deserve the right to be here, and they deserve the right to have due process. And if you vote yes, this is going to essentially bypass the need, and they can essentially, bypass it as needed. And this just simply cannot be allowed to happen in our community. It is going to destroy us. I implore you, please, please vote no for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Becky Meadows, and I'm from Springfield, Missouri. I work with legal immigrants, but they're afraid. They loved Branson. They used to come down, but they've quit coming. They're afraid of ICE. And they know Missouri is a red state. Therefore, they know that people in Missouri a lot of times agree with ICE. And I was heartened to hear from the chief that he wants to keep everything fair. He wants to only go after the criminals. But what is a criminal in ICE's eyes? We have a Missouri lady who has been here, I think she's from Columbia, Missouri, for 40-something years. That's getting deported because she wrote a $25 check that bounced 10 years ago. And she's in detention, has been for months and months, and she's gonna be deported. So what is a crime? Another question is, ICE has quotas. If they're not meeting their quotas, they're gonna put pressure on you guys. You may try your hardest to not cover your face and not cover your badges and to do it the right way according to training. But if you don't meet your quota that they want you to meet, they're going to come down with their mask and they're going to bring, and you can stand outside your restaurant and they're going to go in after the dishwasher. And I just, do you guys have a workforce on backup to take those jobs that are going to be taken away if ICE starts really coming and cleaning house because, they had a speeding ticket or, and then they're saying being here illegal is a crime. ICE is not what we need here. We need you guys to be fair. And none of us, I think, none of you are Native American. All of your ancestors came here for the same reason people are here, oppression. They're hungry, they got away from cruelty, they're here for religious freedom. Same reason all these people did. Did your ancestors fill out the forms and wait for 5 years to get permission to come? No, they got in their on their bus on their ships, and they came, and Ellis Island raised their hands and said, welcome. But most of the people ICE are after aren't white, Caucasian, Europeans. And that's the problem. It's racial. And I just want you to keep those things in mind.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Marcus. I'm an African-American black guy from Boston, Massachusetts who moved here in 2018. I'm also a vet of the Navy, so you guys looking all disinterested? You guys a little scared? Let me make you a little uncomfortable real quick, okay? This is Branson. When I moved here, it's like the Bible Belt, but it's a melting pot. I was actually surprised, because when I first moved down here, I had a lot of friends of mine from back home telling me, yo, you know where you're going, right? That's below the Mason-Dixon line. But then I moved here. Then I got to meet the people. We are multi-racial, multicultural. People love people here. And we talk about the Bible Belt. We talk about how we're supposed to be Christian values. I say Christian values, ladies and gentlemen. When Jesus came, when we want to talk about being Christians, Jesus didn't come here just for the Jews. When the Pharisees tried to tell Jesus Christ that this word is for us, for Jews, he's like, no, I didn't come for you, I came for everybody. So how can you all talk about voting yes for a bill that supports ICE and still be Christian? I mean, come on now. I mean, look at you guys, okay? A lot of y'all, you're a little older than me, right? Pretty sure y'all still remember the Civil Rights Movement, right? Or if you don't, you got told by your parents what happened when people marched, lived, and died for freedom. Or maybe 100 years ago when this all started, because we saw this story happen. We saw when Hitler came with the Gestapo damn near 100 years ago. And the last time I checked, I served my country to fight crap like that. And you're talking about local, about how you're gonna keep the peace, about how you're gonna tell the government what you're gonna do. Bro, Kristi Noem is a psychotic bitch who already has shown that she don't give a crap what you think, or any of y'all think. Even you, Mr. AJ Styles, wanna be? Okay? They don't care.
I don't even know what that means. But.
AJ Styles, the phenomenal one, is actually a compliment, brother. Do your research.
Thank you.
We done seen this happen before, okay? I don't want it to happen to Branson. We don't want it to happen to Branson. Vote no. If not for the money, if not for the politics, how about vote for your religion in your hearts? This didn't happen that long ago. You keep following Kristi Noem or this President Quackface? Yeah. You guys gonna kill this city, this, all this. Vote no. Because if you don't, you guys gotta answer the Lord. And when you do, I'm gonna be a fly on the wall like, told you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, tall people.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Patty Goss. I live in Springfield. We moved to the Ozarks at the ripe old age of 10. I've lived here long enough to qualify as a hillbilly. And I started coming to Branson at 10 years old, which I won't say how long ago that's been. But we'd come down here because of affordable season tickets to Silver Dollar City. And I would hate to see all that go away. If I could, I'd like to tell you the story of my pastor. She's a Latino here in the country legally. Has become a citizen since she's been here. She will not leave her house without her husband now because she's afraid of being deported. She also carries her immigration papers with her, certification papers. so that if she is deported, they know what country of origin she came from, so they won't send her to a one she's never been to. She used to be confident. Some would say overly confident. But now she is afraid to leave her house by herself. It just hurts me to see what's happened to her. I don't want to see that happen to nobody here in Branson. I yield my time.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I'm gonna make a couple comments too with
Go
her
ahead.
remaining time. My name is Roman. I am from Springfield, Missouri. I'm actually really glad that someone brought up the quotas because Marshall, I think you were the one who asked the chief, "Hey, you know, if does this bill, can ICE just come in regardless, right?" And if we're not meeting the quotas, I'm sure that they're going to come in regardless. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. I love the sentiment of, hey, we're going to be, it's our community, it's our regulations, it's how we handle things. But again, if we're not meeting the numbers that the fascist Stephen Miller is putting forth, then, I mean, they're going to send these people in regardless. So, like you said, they don't care. So what is this bill going to do at all? I mean, besides, like, it's just, hey, look at us. We're kind of doing something right. Don't be mad at us. That's how I look at this.
Thank you.
If I could finish up real quick, even Jesus said, what you've done unto the least of these, you've done unto me. Who is the least of these?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rayleigh Crockett. I'm a fourth generation Springfieldian and just in this greater area for generations. And I just want to say that I also agree that I love the sentiment of going off of good faith and we're only going to go after people with a criminal record or a criminal charge. But even with there being, I didn't like the vagueness of a criminal nexus. A nexus allows for profiling, and profiling is real. It does happen. It happens all the time, especially in this area. I grew up seeing it. All the time. And it's not even just about a legislative issue. It's an empathy issue. And I'm personally tired of seeing my friends and my neighbors be scared to go out, scared because they are getting profiled because of the looseness in these terms of a criminal nexus. But we don't have to have charges against them, but you know, anyone could just send in a report or suspicion. These gray areas are what splits people up, causes casualties, and divides people further with no reason. There's no justification for this. It doesn't need to happen. And this is how I feel, so that's all I got.
Am I good to speak?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Paige Stanford. I'm from Rockaway Beach, Missouri. I work for the Branson School District, and I have lived here my entire life. And I came here tonight to make one thing very clear. Allowing ICE to come to our city is a choice, and I promise it is not the right one. ICE's presence does not protect communities. It terrorizes them. It drives people into the shadows, silences victims, and destroys trust between residents and local government. A city cannot function when people are afraid that the very systems meant to protect them, they are afraid of these very systems meant to protect them. Immigrants are not a problem to be managed. They are people, people who work, pay taxes, raise children. They contribute every single day to the society, to this city. Treating them as threats is dishonest. Treating them as threats is inhumane. If this city allows ICE to operate here, it sends a very clear message. A message that fear
is an acceptable tool and that some families are expendable. That is a moral failure. You have the power to choose dignity over damage. You have the power to choose humanity over harm. So I urge you, please, please keep ICE out of our cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Many people in this community likely know someone who's undocumented.
I'm sorry, could I get your name and city?
Caden Haywood from Branson. Many people in this community likely know somebody who is undocumented, whether they know it or not. It could be a coworker, a neighbor, or just anyone in our community who adds value to it. That alone ought to be reason enough for us to consider the effects of certain immigration policies. To be clear, I'm not against immigration officers removing individuals who have a violent history with a warrant signed by a judge. I am simply against the removal of innocent human beings who add more to our communities than take away. 80% of undocumented individuals have lived in the US for 10 plus years. Most have established lives here. Why would we at best scare valuable members of our community and at worst remove them completely when they contribute to our communities? I understand we are a country of law, and rightfully so, but is it really worth not only losing valuable members in our community, but also using additional taxpayer money to do so? Over this last week, we have learned that many elected officials in our federal government, including the president himself, have to some degree participated in a sex trafficking ring involving children and women. Do we trust these same individuals who are at the same time pushing an anti-immigration narrative enough to pass the policies they want? It is time to be united against such an evil, not divided. Passing this will divide us. Most undocumented individuals are good people. The vast majority of those who have been impacted by this nation's immigration policies are not sex traffickers, rapists, or criminals, but many in the federal government are. The use of the phrase illegal alien in of itself is un-American. The Declaration of Independence was inspired by Enlightenment ideals. Enlightenment philosophers brought new ideas such as the rights of man, separations of power within our government, and the use of reason. Local law enforcement teaming up with federal entities is un-American. That does not uphold the idea of a separation of power within our government. Many in our community call themselves Christians, as I'm sure many on this board do. I will appeal to you guys with scripture. Then the righteous will answer him, Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and gave you something to drink? When did we see a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you? The king will reply, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. Is this how we want to make the least of our brothers and sisters feel, calling them illegal aliens? They are human beings. There are human beings and there are violent human beings. There are no alien human beings. People who have a proven record of violence should be scared, not families in our communities. Families should not be afraid to exist in their community, ever, over some paperwork. Benjamin Franklin, a significant influence for the drafting of the Declaration of Independence, once said that it is better for 100 guilty persons should escape than for one innocent person should suffer. We will be better as a community if we oppose working with ICE altogether. If they come, and we can oppose them as a community then.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we've been at this for 2 hours, and I don't want to miss any of the speakers. I'd like to make a motion for a 10-minute recess for necessities.
Okay, before we do, Hillary, have we gone through the list of those that have signed up?
No, there are still several on the list.
Okay. So if you don't mind, we're going to take just a 10-minute recess.
Can I just talk for a few?
What's
This
that?
is kind of hard for me.
Let her go then,
Okay,
and then let's
then-
take it
then
after
why don't
that.
you go?
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, my name's Julie Metz. I live in Lake Taney-Como Acres. I've lived in this area for 51 years. I graduated from Hollister High School. I graduated from School of the Ozarks. And you know where School of the Ozarks was? Okay, that's where I graduated from college. I have all due respect for the police in this area. I've done a ride along with the police. I have worked with the police on different community projects before in the past. And I have heard a story about a little second grader whose mother was deported, arrested and deported from this area. Her crime was driving without a driver's license. Now, that's not as high up there as sex trafficking and all that, but you know, that's a very dangerous crime, I think. I think maybe you should go after some of these trucks that don't have any license plates on them and go after them instead and leave the good people that work here alone. Because driving without a driver's license is not a deportable crime. And that little second grader, her mom's gone. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will take a 10-minute recess and resume at that time. Thank you. We're going to get started. Okay, thank you for your patience. We will continue. Oh, I'm sorry, before we do, could I see a show of hands of those that signed up initially? Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do what? You can't sign up online. You had to be here before the meeting and sign up on the pad outside the door. Oh, did they? If they said your name? Really? Well, then Nate, put your hand down, please.
Oh, you still get to speak.
Oh, you still get to.
We're just letting the people that signed up first.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a lot of people who raise their hands. Okay, so it's okay. We're going on honesty, and that's what we're going to do. And those who raised your hands that are in line, we're going to hear you first. There's also a couple people seated that signed up, and we'll hear them also.
Hello, my name is Joshua Bippert. I'm a resident of Branson. I have some concerns with the language in the actual contract itself. Section 5 of the contract, it grants Branson law enforcement warrantless search and seizure based on probable cause. We've seen on the federal level that probable cause could just be skin color or not speaking English. I disagree with that entirely. I would like a better language in the contract outlining what exactly probable cause is and what should be used to find the people that are violent and should be deported. However, warrantless search and seizure is a violation of the U.S. Constitution, specifically the 5th and 14th Amendment, also the Missouri Constitution, the Article 1, Section 10 and 15. I disagree with any contract that would allow our law enforcement to violate the Constitution. I did want to thank Chief Schmidt for his pinky promise to only go after the people that have a quote-unquote criminal nexus. I, however, think that should be in writing and in the contract before it is voted on or signed and put into law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Corey Connor. I'm from Cushing, Oklahoma, but I've been living here in Branson for the past, 25 years. And I can sit here and completely spit facts and everything like that. A lot of people have already done that and did it way better than I could. So I want to actually talk about, personally, stuff that's happened to me. So whenever I first moved here, if I can ask you all, do you guys, by chance, could guess my nationality at all?
Actually, during public comment, I'm the only one that can address the answers.
Cool.
Why would I say that?
I mean, that's up to you. If you want to, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Oh, don't fall for it?
Don't worry. So I've been asked quite a few times if I'm Hispanic, if I am black, if I'm Jamaican, everything like that. I'm half black, half white. I've been asked if I am Iranian. I've been asked the whole slew. That is also kind of scary for me, and also for my kids. Personally, both my kids, whenever they were born, they both came out more white than brown. And unfortunately, I was actually kind of happy for that. Because unfortunately, coming from Cushing, Oklahoma, coming to here, I didn't know racism until I moved here to Branson, personally. And I was taught that I'm supposed to always respect police officers. And that's how I was raised, and I do. And I was supposed to have faith in police officers. And I do. Unfortunately, it was shaken after my first son was born. And about 3 weeks after that, I was going to go over to Walmart to pick up a Walmart order, and that happened to be July 4th. And if you guys know, in the past couple years, someone was shot at Qdoba, and I would just so happen to be passing by. The next day, I was at work, and I was put in handcuffs and everything like that, and taken to, well, here. So this is not my first time here, but I was downstairs. And I'm glad that I was at the job that I was, because apparently they first went to the pawn shop where I worked before, and then they came to the comic book shop where I did work. And the people who picked me up, I recognized them from people that came into the pawn shop and I've interacted with. And unbeknownst to me, until I got back from being detained, I was told by my boss that they came back in and said, "I'm pretty sure we got the guy." And she laughed in their face and said, "You have no idea." And after I was released, oh, never mind. That was way faster. I'm sorry?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So my name is Arabella Corbin O'Reilly. I live in Nixa, but I attend school at Branson Intermediate. I'm 12 years old, but I think I can speak for everyone, almost all the kids at my school right now. A lot of people are scared that their family or friends will be taken by ICE, and sorry.
It's okay. Let's just take a breath. You're doing great. You're doing great.
So what I mean by that is a lot of kids 5 to 18 and possibly younger and definitely older are very scared that they could be taken. And I know that I'm really scared that my friends are going to be taken. And this community is a lot better with our immigrant families, and I have a lot of neighbors that are immigrants, and I know that if they were taken away, I probably would, I know I'd be really sad, so I couldn't, imagine how the families would feel. And I think that everyone should feel safe in this community. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Wydeen. I'm going to preference this with a little quick story. When we moved here on the second day of school, I got a phone call home from my daughter's teacher because my daughter said, "Where are all the brown kids?" And the teacher was shocked. And we came from the Chicago suburbs, so she had 17 different nationalities in her classroom. So, again, my name is Bobby Wydeen. I'm a Branson citizen. And the current situation in the U.S. has affected me personally. That same daughter, Annika, lives in South Minneapolis. Supposedly the first student from Branson High School to apply and go to University of Minnesota. The first shooting took place a little over a mile from her home. The second shooting took place a little over 2 miles from her home and in her friend's neighborhood, who had the bad luck of being around tear gas because it was floating around in the wind. Here in Branson, I do not want to see car windows smashed with children in a car. No child should ever go to a detention center. I'm the family advocate at the Branson Head Start, and I have families who are afraid to bring their children to school. Do you know what trauma does to a developing brain of a child? It's not pretty. So I leave you with this. The Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, which I believe somebody already read, and the Gospel of Luke, chapter 10, verse 27. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
My name is Ajax Foshi. I live in Springfield, but I was actually born in Branson, and I truly love this community. And things that happen in Branson also affect Springfield as well. I do want to call attention to some of the things that I forgot your name, I apologize. Chief Schmidt has said. I've noticed that he hasn't really been paying attention, so I'd like to formally gather his attention this way. What you said was very vague, and it is very like we've all heard, you're not guilty until proven guilty, and that's like born into us as Americans. And he said some questionable things that I think are like they're unconstitutional. I don't think I know. I also do want to point out, like, being here legally is a civil offense, which is like equivalent to property damage or getting a ticket. And I also want to point out that in Greene County Jail, where a bunch of immigrant detainees are, less than 4% of them have charges, and those that do, they're minor traffic violations. And like many people have already pointed out, but like this money should be spent towards actual, like real criminals, not people who just want a better life. And also, my tax dollars are spending over $750,000 per month in the Greene County Jail alone. And like when people are kidnapped here, like a lot of them are going to be sent to Greene County or another state that they're unfamiliar with. And everyone here is opposed to this bill. And you guys are supposed to like honor what we want and what Branson wants. And I understand you have your own personal opinions about this, and I do respect that, but like I just hope that you respect what we have to say and go off of what Branson actually wants and needs, and kind of put aside your personal feelings for this. Thank you so much for giving me the time. I noticed that Chief wasn't looking over here, sadly, but I do hope that he did listen to us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Roberto Garcia Terro. I am from Springfield, and I am a Chicano student there. I would like to tell you and warn you that the Greene County Sheriff, Jim Arnett, has made all of the same platitudes that your Chief Schmidt has made, and he has broken all of them. He has before the contract was made with the Greene County Sheriff's Office, he stated that he was only going to go after criminals, what the president has said, the worst of the worst, and that has gone in this rhetoric around immigrant criminality has lasted for longer than just this administration. It has been Obama, and for hundreds of years, it has been in the Southwest before it became national and has spread here to Missouri. And once again, all of it was broken. He goes after anybody, and as the previous speaker already stated, less than 3% have an official charge, and practically all of them that are charged have minor traffic violations. This has been stated by multiple organizations, activists, and ones that have been working with the immigrant community for 30 years in Missouri. And I would like to let you know that this legislation will directly impact the entire Latino community and immigrant community. It has affected my life the entire time, and it has affected my life even more after the program was made. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Travis Harp, resident of Branson. A lot has been said tonight. I'm going to follow it up with legalities of what's happening. It's unconstitutional. The current administration is protecting you. The next one will not.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Parker. I was a resident of Hollister for 25 years, and both my children graduated from Hollister High School. I'm currently a resident of Springfield. I want to speak briefly about the importance of keeping law enforcement focused on our local community here in Branson. Our police officers do an excellent job when they are focused on local public safety, responding to crime, building trust, and keeping our neighborhoods safe. When local law enforcement are asked to take on federal immigration enforcement, that trust is weakened and communities become less safe, not more. Branson's economy depends heavily on tourism, and tourism depends on workers. Many of these workers are here legally under H-2B visa program. They are lawful workers who support our hotels, restaurants, shows, and small businesses. Policies that create fear or uncertainty for legal workers risk harming the very economy that keeps the city running. I'm also concerned about local tax dollars being used to support federal policing responsibilities. Immigration enforcement is the job of the federal government, not the city, and not our local police. Expanding federal authority into local communities is government overreach, and that should concern all of us who value small government and local control. Finally, research and real-world experience show that when immigration enforcement is pushed into local policing, crime reporting goes down, trust erodes, and communities become less safe overall because people are afraid to call the police when they actually need help. I am adamantly opposed to Branson entering into a 287G contract because it would deputize local officers to enforce federal immigration laws, which is not a role our community policing should take on. I respectfully ask the council to keep Branson's policing focused on local public safety and to preserve the trust that keeps our community strong and vote against this bill. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Alder people. My name is Liz Wirtz. I grew up in Branson. I'm a proud graduate of Branson Public Schools. Go Pirates. My mother and grandfather live here, and one of my favorite things about coming home is enjoying the beautiful seasonal festivities this community has to offer. I live in Springfield, and I've witnessed the utter chaos that has ensued once Greene County signed a contract like this with ICE. I fear for the residents of my city every day. I'm coming here as a warning that when a governmental body that I live in has made this step that is before you today. In Greene County Jail, less than 4% have any charges whatsoever, and of those that do, many of them are minor traffic violations. I heard the same thing in Greene County that Chief Schmidt stated tonight, and I do not trust it. I'm here today to express my opposition to this bill. If there are others who share my concerns, I invite you to raise your hand behind me. Local police should be focused on preventing crime and keeping our community safe, not enforcing federal immigration policy. I reject the idea that we must equip our local police out of fear that ICE may enter into our community. That framing creates division where none needs to exist. With all due respect, many of us are feeling a deep mistrust in our government right now. And that's exactly why decisions like this matter so much. My question to this body is this: if ICE's conduct is such a concern, why aren't you, as Branson Alder people, advocating for meaningful ICE reform? Our government is only as strong as its local leadership, and our local governments have both the voice and responsibility to push for change. I heard comments today made by an alderman describing the situation in Minneapolis as appalling. Here's a challenge. I want each of you to take those same concerns to the state legislature, Representative Seitz, and the governor. That's what I want this body to be focusing on. Our governor has already agreed to complying with ICE. I heard a lot of you say you don't want it to resort to ICE coming into our community. Use your voice to make sure that doesn't happen. My mom told me once that I shouldn't bring complaints without offering solutions. Instead of funding enforcement, we should investing in things that actually strengthen our community, like paid sick time, higher wages, better protections for workers, legal aid for asylum seekers, and job placement programs. Vote no.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Miles Pearson. I'm with the Immigrant Justice Collaborative out of Springfield, Missouri. MS-13, Tren del Agua, terrorist, alien, 9/11, communist, witch. When these are the things that are said, that are presented as the reasons for why we're enacting something, it's just propaganda. Because the reality is, this isn't about getting criminals. This is about profiling people. And if you think it's anything other than that, you are lying to yourself. Or you're believing lies that are told. Because I know that propaganda is really strong. So my question to all of you is anything that we're saying gonna matter to you? When did you make up your minds on this? Are you actually listening to the people that you are called to represent? Did you make up your mind before we came in here and say, oh, we're just gonna have to get through this, it's gonna be an annoying 3-hour meeting? Because we all feel the same way. But there's people in jail, in the Greene County Jail, 17 hours a day, locked in their cells, nothing to do, tortured with boredom. They're not given socks, they're not given long sleeves. I've been in that jail and it is not warm. They have to buy them. And if they show up the day after commissary, they have to wait a week. And I do not know all of the things that go on in that jail, but I've heard a lot of stories there, and they are not good. I have people that come to me. I just got a call just 2 days ago from someone from Monette whose family had been there for 20 years. Some kids have DACA, some kids are citizen. He got picked up. Something about a license plate reader. Something was with his license plate. Those things are all tied in, and it's a money-making scheme to fund ICE and to fund the oppression of the people. You all have the power to choose the people, or you can choose authoritarianism and to oppress the people. You all have that power, and I implore you to vote to be on the side of the people. There's already been 6 or 7 confirmed deaths from ICE detention this year. There's people who've been released who were just picked up for being brown. I've helped get rides back to places. There's people who've been picked up for being brown and questionable status. They've been deported because they've been forced to sign deportation papers.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Jeanette Rouse. I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and I oppose the the thought of voting yes for ICE in this community. Our communities are stronger with immigrants. They are our neighbors, our family members, loved ones, students, business owners, and friends. And my belief is inherent worth of every person. All people should be treated with dignity and have their rights respected, no matter where they were born or how they came to the U.S. It's our constitutional right and their constitutional right to feel and be safe. This is foolish thinking to trust ICE and their promises to you, and to trust a group of masked people that are not trained and no badges and given this freedom to act like vigilantes and thugs against American citizens and immigrants due to the authoritarianism of our government leaders is just implorable. Branson is a heart of family entertainment. That's what your advertising does and your marketing. And if you bring ICE in here and let them in here, your tourism will go down. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Trinity Blaze. I was born in Lebanon, Missouri, and I've lived here my entire life. I just need to know one thing. Have we forgotten the Holocaust? Because this has happened before. This has happened before. February 17th, 1933. You'll have to pardon my pronunciation. I'm really nervous. Hermann Göring issued a decree to Prussian policemen instructing them to work with Nazi paramilitary organizations and to treat political enemies ruthlessly. Then a week or so later, February 22nd, the Nazis began deputizing members of the SS and the SSA as auxiliary policemen. And then on February 27th, 1933, there was an arson attack that destroyed Reichstag, the Parliament building in Berlin. I think I pronounced that terribly. And that event led to the suspension of civil rights and the most of the legal protections in Germany. And then on April 7th, 1933, the law for restoration of the professional civil service gave the government the power to remove Jewish and political opponents from civil service. And now we stand here again, having the same conversation less than 100 years later in the same month, which I think is very ironic. And if you need more, I have, okay. Trump has broadened the authority of several agencies to enforce immigration laws. He's directed the creation of the Homeland Security Task Forces in all 50 states, allocated tens of billions of dollars in additional funding to immigration and customs enforcement. That sounds awful familiar. Okay. Now, I just don't want to forget. Germany never forgot. They remember every day. They make an effort to change and be better, and we need to be able to do the same exact thing in our country, or it's going to fall. We're going to lose trust in our government way more than we already have, and it starts locally. It starts with the local authority, with you. It starts with you putting ICE here against all of our wishes. That's where the distrust starts. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Gary, why don't you can follow her? I'm talking to Gary. Gary, you can follow. Yeah, Gary was signed up. Were you signed up to speak? Oh, Gary, what I said was, go ahead, and I was just saying Gary could follow you.
Yeah, I just couldn't stand in line.
No, I know, and he couldn't either.
I know. Okay, Gary.
That's fine.
I'll let you go. All right. Hey, guys, I need every second, so hold your applause. All right. First, I would really like to recognize Carrie Stowe. I'm from Springfield. Yeah, sorry. I really want to recognize Chief Schmidt, the good intentions and dedication to the law. I have a sister who was in the Sheriff's Department for many, many years, and so I have a high respect for that. However, I am from Greene County. I want to vouch for much of what is said. I had a phone call from a woman in Ava. She was having her roof work done. I showed up. They took all 6 workers. None of them had a criminal record. Sheriff Arnott, again, has said he can't do anything about it, but right now, as of today, there are 292 people that are sitting in there for ICE. 11 of them have anything. 96% have no criminal record. If we're going to do this, can the community's police officers and the law enforcement hold ICE to judicial warrants? Because we keep trying. Minnesota tried, but they're not using judicial warrants. I also want to point out from the comments earlier is that words matter. This is very important. We heard from the panel tonight, from our officials here, bad hombres. How about criminals or lawbreakers? Because that is prejudice. We heard illegal aliens, undocumented residents or visitors. They're not illegal. It's not breaking the law. They are undocumented. But if we use those words and we keep accepting them, it normalizes it. Now, my real speech for 49 seconds, I'm not going to be able to do, but I want to say that I have a half Latino child, an adult. Works at Bass Pro, loves their job. They're the only Spanish-speaking person on their team. I had to make copies of their birth certificate and write our phone numbers on the back and say, fold these separately, put them in your pocket because you're brown. Because if you get picked up, you keep one and you throw one to anyone. Our rapid response people, the people who are videotaping, the ones that are protecting you, throw one of your birth certificates to them so they can call me. We cannot prevent ICE, but we cannot partner with them and give them permission.
Thank you.
Gary Groman, I'm a Branson resident. I just want to understand, my belief is whether this passes or not, matter of fact, even as we're sitting here, ICE could be pouring down here and come in here. Whether we pass this or not, it's not going to prevent ICE from coming down here and a lot of the atrocities that these folks have been talking about. And I certainly sympathize and agree with their concerns. But my belief is whether you pass this or not, ICE can still come in. The question is, what's going to present the lesser chance of them coming in? Well, sir, I tell you, I sat here quietly, listened to everybody else speak. I'd appreciate the same courtesy. I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought, but it was worth it. Yeah. Whether you pass it or not, ICE is going to come in. Now, and I heard about the sheriff for Greene County. I don't know the sheriff for Greene County, but I know that man sitting over there. And I know that he will do his level best to do what he said he'd do. And he certainly wouldn't have been up here tonight unless he thought it was worth the risk. And you all certainly wouldn't be entertaining it unless you thought it was worth the risk. I appreciate the decision you have to make, but don't make it based on whether or not ICE is going to come in, because ICE can come in whether you decide to do it or not.
Please stop. If we're going to have outbursts, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
But we're not opening the door. The door's there. They want to come in. There is no door, as far as I know. But anyway.
You don't need to respond.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Gary.
Hello there, everyone. My name's Kaylee, and I come forward because I've been in foster care since I was 2 years old. I recently aged out of care, and I'm doing really well now. But the amount of children that I've seen in care, brothers and sisters of mine, children of the family members that I truly loved. They were ripped apart from their families, and they were entered in care, and I completely sympathize with them and understand everything they've been through. Probably not the same extent, but I truly do, and I care. I know every single one of you are human beings, and you have a heart and a soul. And if you are a Christian and you genuinely believe that Jesus was an immigrant, we're all supposed to love each other like it's what we're all meant to do. We're all supposed to be there, and I don't understand. The amount of intellectual people in here tonight, I'm very grateful that you guys are hopefully listening to us. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to everybody, and yeah.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Resme Pichardo. I was born and raised in Branson, born in Cox Health. I get nervous when talking in front of
That's
people,
okay.
so sorry. I honestly mostly have a question. What about the undocumented visitors or residents here that are going through the process right now and still don't have their papers? What is going to happen to them? Are they going to get deported? They're just going through the process. I know many immigrants here who they just go to work, they pay taxes, and they don't get any of it in return. My family, too. I just hope you vote against this. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
James Stevenson, Cedar Creek. I work at Menards on the weekend. I've been there about 5 years, and I work 10 hours a day, Saturday and Sunday, every weekend. And it's been my pleasure and education to help people, these contractors that come in all the time. They have their own businesses, huge crews, their equipment, everything. They're incredible tradesmen. They have spent tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars there. Half of them don't have my same skin color, and they have accents. They're gone now. Since all this has started, they're just not there. I do not see them. I have access to the money that the department makes. I can see how much money it makes every weekend. It has really gone down, and people don't talk about it. But I do know that that money is not being spent here. And these are people that build your houses. And if you vote yes on this contract, this community will be a ghost town in a few years. These people are gone. And your comment about bad hombres is one of the reasons all this is happening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andy Tummins. I'm a Branson resident. I'm a product of Branson Schools and College of the Ozarks. I'm here tonight because one thing that matters the most in Branson is money. We're a tourist town, we make money. We've got J1 students coming in. I'm worried this is going to affect the J1 students. Also, Kansas City, we have the FIFA World Cup. Y'all are spending a lot of money trying to get those folks to come down here. They're not going to be Caucasians. I'm worried about that. How's it going to look? And just like the gentleman said before, ICE is going to come whether we like it or not. I would prefer that they don't, but they're going to come. When something does happen, and it will happen, is it going to look bad on the news that a Branson police sheriff or a Branson policeman was involved, or is it going to look bad that an ICE agent was involved? Like, we don't need that. I was lucky enough to stand with a lot of these folks during the BLM protests, the Roe v. Wade protests right over here by Starbucks. All these young kids are amazing. The folks that opposed us would generally throw up a Heil Hitler. Think about that. These are the people that are for ICE. Not us. Not us. Be on the right side. And last, two things. I want to take you guys back to 2020, COVID. Horrible. Clay Cooper, you surprised the heck out of me, man. Uh-oh. You came up, you said, why aren't we closing? Why don't we have masks? You surprised me. I was so proud of you, man. I'm looking for that same.
Well, I never supported
Right.
the mask, but I did say the other, yeah.
Okay, well, you surprised me. You said, I think verbatim, why aren't we closed? That shocked me. I was.
Yeah,
I
if
was
you would,
very
let's
crazy.
keep your comments directed to me,
Okay,
please.
okay. Well,
Thank
my
you.
next one's for you.
Oh, good. Perfect timing.
Mayor Milton, a few years back, HBO came to town, did a drag show here in town. The paddle wheel was featured in that. I was shocked. I was proud. I was proud that that happened in this town, that you allowed that to happen on your property. That diversity in this town, I applauded you. Thank you. Growing up in Branson, one of my favorite things is the nativity on the bluff behind us. I want you guys to think about that. None of those folks on that bluff were white. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Jaylene Rodriguez. Sorry, I didn't really plan a speech because I didn't know I was going to come up here and talk.
It's okay, just-
Sorry. Hi. Let me adjust this. Okay. My mouth just touched that. I just want to say I am a daughter of an immigrant and immigrant people. I know a lot of the Hispanic community here. Really, I just wanted to get up here and talk because I feel like I am able to, and maybe there's people at home that feel like they don't have a voice right now. I want to say thank you to everybody that has come up here and talked because I feel like it really means a lot to the community. I have been here since 5th grade. I am a nurse. I went to nursing school. I also have a small business. And I just want to emphasize that because I want to emphasize that I don't feel like any immigrant, like anybody that they see off the street, like you don't know those people. They are typically contributing to the society, the economy, our community. They're just trying to get by like everybody else right now. I feel like there's such inequality, especially with rich people and people, I don't know, I feel like there's just such a big gap right now. Our worries are like every day, like, you know, how are we gonna pay our bills? How are we gonna get through the week or get through the month? And there's people like higher up people playing these wars with each other that, you know, like it doesn't even affect them. Like it doesn't even go through their minds. Like everything, all the fear that they're causing. And, you know, I was this past year, I joined I did the Leadership Academy with like Shelley and all those great people. I would listen to them speak. It was really inspiring, truly. I was like, how can I be more like that? How can I, you know, be contributing and contributing to the community? I'm generally a pretty shy person, and I wanted to do more and challenge myself and grow and be able to meet, you know, talk to people that are involved with decision making and all that. And that's why I took that class. And I just feel like if this gets passed, it's kind of like a slap in the face. It's like you can do, I don't know, you could be a great student, you can work, you can just focus on your family, you can do stuff like that, but it doesn't even matter because these people's lives get wiped out completely. And yeah, like there's some people that will say you can't come into this country because of so-and-so, and there's laws, but, you know, people before us got those opportunities, and they didn't necessarily have, like, a certificate signed, you know? So that's just really what I want to say.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Sam. I moved to Springfield about 2 years ago, and I have come to love the Ozarks and this community so much in that time. I wasn't planning to speak, but I wanted to point out something said by the chief at the start that we need to be clear about. I apologize if I somehow misheard, but what I heard was about 2 specific cases and situations that in front of this room, he said that he knew they did it. He couldn't prove it, but he knew they did it, and he wants to convict around that. He will use these resources provided by this contract to avoid the due process guaranteed to people in this country. I'm sure that managing crime and convictions is complex and challenging, but if for reasons even like potential intimidation of witnesses, you can't prove the guilt you suspect and make a conviction, then you don't, as someone earlier said, make a deal with the devil. You do the job you signed up for, challenging as I'm sure it can be. You've heard all the horrifying risks and concerns and dangers of the benefit stated as taking advantage of that easy conviction by ignoring due process with the resources ICE is providing. This is a very slippery slope at the best of times. And he just said to your and our faces that he will use these resources to make convictions and deportations on cases they can't solve the legal way. This bill works with ICE, not in opposition to them. If you don't like the way they're doing things elsewhere either, then please listen to your constituents and neighbors, care for your community, stand up against them with us. I appreciate that you want to do things right here, and voting no is the way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nate Horseman, Branson, Missouri.
Excuse me, Nate. Is Nate the last speaker? Or did you want to speak? Okay, are there any speakers after her? I'm sorry? Okay, if you'd like to speak, if you would, get in the line over here. Okay, Nate, it's all yours.
Welcome back, Larry.
Thank you, Nate.
I was listening from home, but I heard something that took me aback, so I got in my car and probably broke a couple of traffic violations on my way down here. First of all, ICE does not have final discretion. ICE can do whatever they want. That should be widely known by now. ICE does not have to cooperate with local law enforcement. I understand what the chief is saying, but it also opens the door for them to do everything else 287G allows, and I believe it's being candy-coated here. Here's the impact of 287G in other local Missouri communities. As of early 2026, the 287G program has seen rapid expansion in Missouri following executive order signed by Mike Kehoe in January 2025, which aimed to boost cooperation between state law enforcement and ICE. This program authorizes local officers to act as federal immigration agents, leading to increased attention, fear within immigrant communities, and a shift in local police priorities. There has been rapid expansion and participation. As of January 16, 2026, 39 law enforcement agencies across Missouri have signed the agreements, including 28 task force model partnerships, 7 warrant service officer agreements, and 4 jail enforcement model agreements. It has caused increased fear and reduced safety. The presence of 287G has caused widespread anxiety, with residents fearful of using their cars or navigating the community. In the St. Louis region, advocates report that fear and interacting with municipal police has caused some to avoid essential services such as food pantries. They are using force multiplier tactics. The task force model allows local officers to question individuals about their immigration status during routine stops. Between late September 2025 and January 2026, Highway Patrol officers used these powers to obtain 360 detainers or individuals. They are targeting minor infractions while, lost my place. Proponents argue dangerous criminals. Research and reports indicate that these agreements are leading to the detention of individuals for minor nonviolent offenses. There is widespread resource strain and liability. Their data collection policy requires law enforcement to report the immigration status of individuals arrested for crimes in Missouri. The St. Louis response should be a model. Despite statewide efforts, the city of St. Louis has taken steps to distance itself, with local officials emphasizing that their police department does not partner with federal immigration officials. I will also remind everyone that this is not an immigration issue. It is a for-profit private prison and detention issue, making private prison companies billions upon billions of dollars. These are just concentration camps without the genocide. Let us not forget what the inscription on the Statue of Liberty reads. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these the homeless, tempest lost to me. I lift my light beside the golden door.
Thank you, Nate.
Hello, My name is Lisette Cruz. I have been here for 15 years. This is my passport, so I say this as a citizen, not like that makes my voice better or louder. I just came here to represent all the people that aren't able to come. I am a realtor. I became one whenever I was 19. Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm gonna be 21.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I had to call clients. None of them illegal, just residents that are still very scared. I had to tell them, hey, I'm going to this meeting. I just found out about it Monday night because I was scrolling on Facebook. And I was like, I need to go to this. And I'll let you know what decision is made. And you know what they told me? They said, wow, I am so glad that you warned me. I am so scared right now. I hope that my family can still be together. Doesn't that suck? Like, wouldn't you guys be kind of sad, at least, if that happened to you? You have to think about that. Right now, all I'm thinking about is, gosh, you know, I'm a realtor. I travel for work all the time. I'm legal. I always have my passport on me now. I've always had a passport. Do I have to carry my Social Security? What if someone steals my purse? Well, then that's another problem. Okay, maybe I can just work at home and my lovely teammates at Keller Williams can help me out with showings. Okay, well, that's not really putting my face out there for my business. Now I have to split my revenue. I can't sustain that for long. So please vote no, because there's obviously a lot of people that are against this. I also want to say that a lot of people have brought up Hitler, but I will also mention that once segregation happens and once this type of discrimination happens, they're going to ask what type of white you are. Are you French? Are you German? Are you Jewish? Just think about that, because it will happen.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Winnie Ramsdale. I'm originally from Springfield. I live in Lampe now. I want to thank all the brave people that came and spoke tonight. What I heard, I did not plan on speaking, but what I heard was a lot of fear. And I've watched all of your faces, and I think everyone up there has already made up their mind. This is what I want to say. Maybe none of this will happen that they're afraid of, and none of you believe that will happen, and it may not. But you know what will happen? Branson and ICE will be synonymous. Anybody going to Minneapolis for vacation this summer? I mean, and I'm just going to be short and sweet. There's a lot of fear, and if the people believe the police officers from Branson or ICE, people are not going to come. I'm not going to come. I don't want to be in the middle of a protest. I don't want my grandkids on Main Street in a protest start out because they oppose ICE. I don't want that. I think tourism will be gone. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members of the board wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, we'll make this the last speaker. That's okay.
My name is Tina Barnett. I'm from Crane. I'm also the chair of the Stone County Democrats. And I go to lots of meetings with lots of Democrats all over the state. And I can tell you right now, this is nothing. Well, what you will see if ICE starts coming into our communities down here. We are getting prepared so that we can protect the people that they're going to try to hurt. So please, please vote no on this.
Thank you. So, are there any members of this board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Ruth?
First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who came out here to speak. I remember being part of a group that would show up at council meetings when I had a difficult time accepting some of the ordinances that were being put into play. I live in Branson. The ordinances that were put into play here affected me as a Branson resident. I'm going out on a limb. I'm pretty transparent. People that know me know that I research to the hilt, and I'll just be transparent with how I feel. Tonight's discussion is to provide more teeth to follow up on capital CRIMINAL, criminal activity. People are here illegally committing criminal crimes. They're out there, they should be arrested. I don't care if you belong here, if you're here legally or you're here illegally. If you commit a crime, you need to be arrested. We want our area to be safe. Public safety is what this board is supposed to be looking at for our residents. Arabella said everyone should feel safe. I agree. I want everyone to feel safe in this community. It was stated that we all need to listen to those we represent. I think we do. Everyone on this board, we have our differences, but I think all in all, we love this city, and we're going to do what we feel best to provide that for our community. I was elected to represent citizens of Branson. I was not elected to represent people in the county or people in the state. Do I have opinions? Yes. But am I elected? Do I have the authority to do so? No. That's what I'm here doing tonight. I've heard so much tonight, and this saddens my heart. I've heard so much about color and political parties tonight when we are just talking about crimes in general. That's what this ordinance is about. It's not about... Let me say something, please. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking, and I would appreciate not being interrupted, because I definitely am not done yet. I try to be as colorblind as I can. I was born and raised in California. Please stop. I'm Hispanic, like some of these Latinas that came up. Yes, I've been to Kinsey's. Yes, I do. I try to look. I don't care if you're a Democrat, an independent, a Republican. I really don't care. I don't care what religion you are. It has nothing to do with crime. Crime is straight across the board in our entire country, and I am so saddened that our focus is not on protecting this city. That's why I'm saddened. I don't take the threats very easily. I heard a lot of threats thrown out tonight. I think we need to look at this ordinance for what it is, not a color, not political biases, none of that. None of us should be representing if that's what we're looking at. So that's exactly how I feel. I'm really saddened that people didn't take the time, and it is very obvious that people didn't take the time to read the entire document. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other aldermen? Glenn?
Yeah, I too will say thank you to everybody for coming out tonight and spending the time to share your thoughts with us. It's what our country's all about, to be able to represent your views, and I appreciate that. I think our board did a good job of listening to all those views, even ones that we don't agree with as a board of aldermen. There were a number of statements made that, you know, you could argue one way or the other, but I'd like to highlight a few that were made that were just wrong, just simply wrong. One speaker made the comment that Branson tourism is already going down, and this is just going to force it down further. Couldn't be further from the truth. We're at an all-time peak for tourism because this board and our business community and our residents spend a lot of time making sure our tourism industry that supports our entire city is in good shape. The statistics prove it. That was a misstatement, completely wrong by that speaker. The other comments, there were several comments made along the lines that federal funding is accepted, comes with strings. I agree with spoke that you obviously didn't read the contract. There is no federal funding. None. Zero. We do not get federal funding for this contract. So wherever you got that idea, I don't know, but go read the contract.
Okay, this isn't a
debate.
Q&A.
Everybody had their time to talk. This is our time to talk. Quiet.
Excuse me.
We were respectful during your speeches. We listened to them all. We didn't interrupt you. Common courtesy, please. A couple of people made, I think, a fairly accurate point, and then others disagreed with it. This kind of action doesn't bring ICE to Branson. There's nothing in it that does that. We are not required to cooperate with ICE if they were to come into Branson as a result of this agreement. There is nothing in there. In fact, it states we don't have to. And we clearly stated in the beginning that we operate under our standards and procedures as a city, not under ICE standards, procedures in a city. And what this board does is it does have control, the resources of this community to be able to enforce that behavior. We, again, be quiet. It's not a difficult concept. We kindly listened to all of you speak, and we didn't give snide rebuttals during your speeches. We respected your opinions. We listened. Got it? The comments made that we should pay attention to our religion and the implications that we aren't religious people. I'm sorry, folks, but we're going to disagree on religion probably all day long. And we as a Board of Aldermen do not do anything to try to resolve those differences. We enjoy them in the community, we appreciate them in the community, and we support those differences in the community. So to call our faith, our beliefs in question is out of bounds, in my opinion. Out of bounds, especially when you don't even know us. Not fair at all. I see this as an opportunity for us to be able to increase the great policing that we do in Branson. We have a police force here that, if you apply it as the ratio of citizens, is far greater than probably most other cities in the United States. And we do that to protect our tourism industry. We would have a fraction of our police force. We would not allow our administrator to spend the money that she requests from us if it weren't to protect our citizens. So any suggestion that somehow we're flippantly putting our citizens and our visitors at risk through decisions that we make couldn't be further from the truth. We spend a ton of money on our police department. We just put in a brand new police building to support them. We've got a police chief who's been able to completely fill our police force after years and years and years of not having adequate police force because police officers didn't want to work here. Now it's the opposite. We've got a waiting line when we open our doors for applications. This is a police department that's running on all cylinders. I have zero complaints about our police department. As an alderman, I pride myself in listening to every phone call from a citizen and responding to every email that I get. And I don't just say, oh, thank you. I dive in, I get answers, and I respond. I have had zero requests about our police department. I've had plenty of requests about nearly every other topic you can imagine. I have never, ever had a complaint about our police department. To me, that speaks volumes about our city leadership, about the integrity of our police chief. And when he says how he's going to apply this capability, I believe it fully, and I give him my absolute support. Should he ever waver from that, and I have no doubt that he would ever do such a thing, but if he would, he'd be answerable to this board in a heartbeat. So I fully support the measure, and I'm prepared to vote, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Glenn. Any other aldermen?
I just wanted to say, as the gentleman that spoke earlier, I sat out there with Ruth through a lot of those meetings 4 or 5 years ago, and I highly opposed the mask mandate. And I came to every meeting, and I sat out there, and I stood up and spoke out of turn a few times, got in trouble. Every meeting, I mean, and the room was full just like this, was it not? I mean, just packed, every meeting, every 2 weeks. 100 people would get up and speak, please do not extend this mask mandate, please do not extend this mask mandate. And the board still extended the mask mandate. And I'd come back 2 weeks later, and I'd speak again, and I'd speak again. I say all that to say that regardless of how this vote turns out, I commend you for being here and speaking and believing in what you believe in, because that takes a lot of courage, and it's not easy to get up and oppose someone with other opinions. So I just want to say thank you for regardless of how this turns out. It's very cool that you came out and spoke tonight. So, and that's why I'm here. I got mad enough of nobody listening that I ran for office, and I said, well, I'll just run for office and make them listen to me. They still don't, but no. Anyhow, thank y'all.
Marshall?
Well, because of a lot of you that spoke tonight are not technically living in this community, a lot of you don't know me. A lot of you don't know many people on this board. You don't know that Ralph has a Hispanic heritage and that Ruth has a Hispanic heritage, and that my brother-in-law from Ghana just got his citizenship 3 days ago, and that my Nigerian wife comes from 2 immigrant parents who her father came here and built a life and built a business that I'm now taking over and stepping down from this board to take over that business. I think immigration is the lifeblood of this community. My people came from Scotland, other people came from elsewhere, okay? So I have a lot of faith in our police chief, and I, quite frankly, regardless of how you feel about anything, I'll just go back to the very first question that I asked, and is that national elections are going to affect what happens with ICE, not this vote, which is going to allow us to do things on our terms more than on the national terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Marshall.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Oh, hello, Artie.
Thank you. I too would like to thank everybody for coming and voicing their opinions tonight, because that's America. And it's also Branson. We are concerned about what everybody has to say, but at the same time, I'd like to reinforce several things that some people have said tonight. And as Glenn said, I support our our chief of police 110%. I have seen this guy in action, and he's a man of his word. And, I'll take that to the bank. Secondly, one person mentioned. Mr. Mayor.
Hold on, Artie.
As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, I just want to say that.
What? hold on a sec, Artie.
Hang on, Artie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Okay, Artie, go ahead.
Thank you. As I was saying, one young man mentioned about not having any Native American heritage. And no, you're wrong. I do. I'm Cherokee. So I know what it's like. And I think that, as Glenn and several others of the board members said, unless you know what you're talking about, you really shouldn't speak. I want everybody to speak, but I want to speak from a position of knowledge, not from ignorance. And I think that the other thing that I want everybody in the crowd to know tonight, I'm a very transparent person. And you will find out that I will never, and I've told the board this numerous times, I will never legislate from a position of fear. I was never elected to get reelected. I was elected to do what was right. And that's what I'm going to do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Artie. Is that from the Alderman?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, yes.
you know, I feel like I've spent my entire life in service to this country and to this community. You know, I left to go in the military when I was 17 years old, and it was an honor to serve this country. And it's even more an honor to serve this community because what I see happening after raising my kids here and now grandkids is that this community is of different ethnic backgrounds and heritages that run deep. You know, my mom's Hispanic. My youngest granddaughter is a mixed child. So for anyone to assume that I have some opinion about race, religion, or other things would just be a misnomer. But if you want to find out about that, I want you to sit down with me and have a conversation because I'm open to that. And I think that this board has been more than tolerant to that idea of being open to conversation. We all have independent lives and we all spend lots of time serving this community, not because we have to, but because we want to. Because as conversations that Clay Cooper and I have had some 4 years ago about if there was going to be a difference made, then if we didn't step up, who was going to step up? And nobody was stepping up, so we talked each other into doing that. And here we are. Many of you small business owners in this community, I have patronized every single business in this community because that's what we do here. We support each other. And this ordinance is in no way in opposition to that. It's in no way changing how this city does business. We are still going to do the business that benefits the residents of this community first. That's it. We're going to provide public safety, we're going to provide utilities, and we're going to enhance the quality of life as best that we can. And those are the things that we focus on. Now, I guess the people that left had a very strong opinion. I listened to them. I wish they could be here to listen to my heart. Because every one of them mattered. I applaud them for stepping up, especially the younger people that stood up there. Like, what bravery. You know, that's the kind of spirit that becomes the next leader. Boy, wouldn't it be great to mentor a person like that? Not in any ideology, but in the actions that we do every single day from this dais and out in the community. I will continue to serve this community in the greatest way possible that I can, and that's giving my best, not for my benefit, but for the benefit of this community. Because when this community grows, we all win. And I can tell you without a doubt that all 6 aldermen and the mayor and our administration, that is the focus every single day that we have. It's a singleness of focus that we take on to make your lives better. And this ordinance in no way inhibits that from happening. In fact, it allows our officers, who I trust implicitly, because I've spent a lot of time with them, and I believe them, and I know them. I know their hearts. I'm asking you to trust us because we believe in them, because we know them. We've spent more time with them in conversation than you guys have. And we are representing the voters in this community tonight. And I believe that we will make a decision that will enhance the quality of your life. And if it doesn't, then you know what? We'll eat the loss. We'll take it. We're responsible ultimately for this decision. But I believe in what we're doing, and I know we're going to make the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. With that, I think it's time to vote. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Madam Clerk, the result of the vote is?
The result of the vote is 6-0 and the motion carries.
Thank you. Yep.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6644 for its final reading due to timing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience wishing to speak? Now, what we're speaking on, you do?
I'm tired as a citizen of this board double reading absolutely everything that comes through the agenda. It should not be that way, and the way you're operating is illegal.
Thank you.
That's not true, Mayor, and that's off topic.
It's okay.
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, may I make a comment?
Sure.
Regarding double reading, I wondered about this too. And some of you know I took some classes and things to try to be a better alderman. If you study state statute, as our attorney just referenced, the state statute actually says you may double read in the same meeting. It actually does say that. So it's not illegal. We do try to avoid it for obvious reasons, but a lot of times, especially in the beginning of the year, and then when we had a delayed meeting because of snow, we end up with a whole bunch of contracts that have deadlines that we just have to do double readings, and this is one of them.
Thanks for saying that.
So, Alderman, it's time to vote on the second read. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it. Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill number 6644, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with the Department of Homeland Security for a memorandum of understanding for the purpose of training and assigning officers to perform certain immigration enforcement functions and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You have heard the final reading of Bill number 6644. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any in the audience wishing to speak regarding this matter? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would you provide a roll call vote?
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, the next item is a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources along with the Missouri Trails Advisory Board pertaining to the improvements for the Branson Hills Bike Park.
Do I have a motion adopting this resolution?
So move.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Cindy Shook. Where is Cindy? Oh, there she is. Oh, Cindy.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. The city of Branson has an opportunity to apply for a recreational trails RTP grant that helps states provide and maintain recreational trails and trail-related facilities for recreational use. The minimum amount a project sponsor is required to provide as a match is 20% of the total project cost. This resolution authorizes the filing of an application and all necessary paperwork with the Missouri Department of Natural Resources for the grant. The grant funds will be used for construction of Phase 2 of the Branson Hills Bike Park, which will encompass 2.9 miles of green, blue, and black trails. Phase 1 begins construction of approximately 5.24 miles of green and blue trails. When complete, the project will total 8.14 miles of trails with 2 trail hubs and wayfinding signage. The City of Branson will fund this project using designated funds available in the unencumbered reserves in the Parks Fund. And staff recommends approval of the bill to file the grant paperwork, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Cindy. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Yes.
Yeah, Cindy, maybe you said it and I just missed it. When would we hear about the grant once you apply for it? What's the timing?
You know, that's a great question. The grant is due on the 20th of February, and it's usually around May. We've applied for this grant before, and so, yeah, I think it's several months. So it would be an opportunity, hopefully before the budget is set, right, for in the summer, the capital budget would be set.
So if we've done this grant before, does it place any restrictions on the city or undue requirements on the city if we accept the grant?
Okay, so you mean to go ahead and fund the project? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, if we're selected for the grant and we accept it, you know, are there any hooks in the grant of things we should be aware of that would affect the city or the way we operate?
No, I mean, it would fund 80% of the cost of the project. So, I mean, this is Phase 2, what we want to move forward with anyway. So that would be like, you know, a huge boost for the project to be able to do that. So, I mean, we're prepared to execute all the requirements, which is maintaining the trails for, I think, you know, a certain number of years and those kind of things.
Thank you. Any other members of the board? Anybody in the audience wishing to speak to this? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Artie.
Your
Thanks,
Honor,
Cindy.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6641, an ordinance approving the contract with Empire District Industries Incorporated, Liberty to Connect for fiber services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
For the first reading of Bill Number 6641, do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report from Mr. Chad Forrester.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. This item is similar to an item I brought you a few weeks ago. It is an agreement, this time with Empire District Industries or Liberty Connect, to provide 2 separate fiber circuits. One is a 1 gig circuit that's going to serve as our backup to our existing internet provider. The second is a fiber circuit that's going to be installed at the Pacific Water Tower to serve as a redundant connection for our radio project that's moving our dispatch to that location. Again, the one that you guys approved a few weeks ago was the primary. This is the secondary. The monthly recurring cost for both of these circuits is $1,000 or $12,000 annually. Staff does request a double read on this item. I would appreciate the consideration for that due to the timing of this and trying to get this over the finish line. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Was Liberty the only response to the bid that we received?
Yes. Trying to think. This has been a couple months and we did this. I should know that. I believe, can I get back with you on that? Because I want to make sure, and we can postpone this if we need to. I mean, it is urgent, but I want to make sure you get the right information. I'm drawing blank right now, to be clear.
Yeah, the other question I have is, I read through the agreement, no surprise there, but there was, let me just preface this. Given the tendency of utilities to increase rates as they come across reasons to do it, are we really in a fixed rate contract? Because the part of the contract you showed us, in my mind, doesn't really say that. and it references some standard terms. It's vague in the short one, but it references, this is all subject to our standard terms. And I have enough experience on other boards that it's those standard terms that they leverage to say, oh, that really wasn't covered, and that's why we're raising the rate. And maybe legal's looked at this already and can just give a thumbs up, but I just noticed that it referenced terms that weren't included in our documentation package.
So it's a vendor contract. To my knowledge, there is no, I mean, in my discussions with the vendor, it's a locked rate for 60 months. After that, then of course, we would have the option to, renegotiate that. But that's my understanding of the agreement, which is standard. I mean, that's very standard. They have to recoup some of their costs to implement the fiber to the location, right?
Yeah, I have no problem with us if it is a standard cost. That's not what I'm questioning. I just don't want us to find out there's escalators buried in that other document that are going to bite us because, and I'm not pointing the finger at any particular vendor,
Sure.
but this industry is rife for that. And I think we've all seen it on our home bills for these kind of services. You think you've locked something in, it all sounds good when you signed it, and then you're looking at your bill 12 months later and, oh my gosh, it went up 30%. What happened?
Sure. Yeah.
So.
And we've not done business with this entity for internet services yet, but I'll indicate, again, if it's referenced there, I understand your concern, but I can't speak to experience on that because this is our first time doing business with fiber with this company.
Yeah, look, I know you're under the gun for this one, so
Sure.
all I'd ask is before you actually sign the documents, just get the nod from legal that you're locked in for a 5-year rate. And if legal's happy with it, I'm
Sure.
happy.
And back to your other question, this was approved by our procurement department. I just can't remember the details off the top of my head, and I apologize, and I will get that to you first thing tomorrow.
I really, as long as you do the research and you're happy with it, you know my concern, you're good to go.
Sure. Any other questions?
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6641 for its final reading due for time.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Anyone in the audience? Oh, sorry, Marshall?
Actually, Mr. Mayor, one of my predecessors in our ward was Bob Simmons, and we've mentioned this before, but he actually brought up something that the person in the audience talked about as well, which is that double reads should be rare. And I always try to take that into consideration as an alderman from Ward 1, and I try to apply that on every single item. Understanding the urgency, just with the handful of unanswered questions, I will be a no on this specific double read.
Any other aldermen? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Hillary, can we do a roll call vote, please?
Schultz,
Yes.
LeBlanc,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
No.
Lucas.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-1, motion carries. That was for just reading it the second time.
Oh, yeah. So we've heard the final reading of Bill. No.
I could just provide
Would you
the
provide the
introduction.
introduction?
I would love to.
Why don't you do that?
I would love to. Your Honor, this is a final reading of Bill number 6641, an ordinance approving the contract with Empire District Industries Incorporated, Liberty Connect for fiber services and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
So you've heard the final reading of Bill 6641. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any members of the audience?
Daniel Meenan, I live in Branson. I just want to agree with Alderman Howden's sentiment about the items that are missing from the bill still, that you are waiting for information to come back. If you read it through and pass it now, even if he finds the information out and it's something different, it's already set in place. So by doing a double read and a final read, you're agreeing to all the contractual agreements already. So even if you get your questions answered, sir, it's going to be too late. You've already put the motion into effect and the legislation into effect.
Solon, any input?
So all contracts that come before the board are reviewed by legal, whether it's me or one of our other attorneys. We would not recommend to enter into a contract had our experts, whether it's the IT department, the parks department, the fire department, the police department, whatever department it is, had they not felt like that contract was beneficial to them with the advice of one of our attorneys. One of our attorneys has reviewed that contract, and Chad is ultimately responsible for his budget and for the sufficiency of the agreements that they enter into and it taking care of the city like we need it to. So, I mean, we can definitely review it, but it already has been reviewed. I can't tell you those provisions because one of my attorneys is the one that reviewed it. I did not place the eyes on that myself personally. Otherwise, I could provide that answer to you today, but I can tell you that they would not have approved it for this meeting tonight had it not already been reviewed and talked through with Chad.
And if I can add something, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you. We're going to take one more look at it and just make sure that any concerns that Alderman Schultz has are answered. And we wouldn't sign the contract or have the mayor sign it if it didn't meet those expectations.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kathy. So just because the Board of Aldermen authorizes us to do it doesn't mean that we have to actually do it.
And it does require the mayor's signature on that, so I will withhold my signature until Glenn's concerns are addressed.
Mayor, I'm so sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, that makes me, I mean, I agree with what he said, that's a good point, but also I trust the people we have in place here to make the right decision, so.
Right, and to that point, I would say, the decision to move forward is simply based on that Chad has a history of being that veteran-in-chief, so to speak. I mean, he really goes above and beyond and looks for, all of the right details, and he knows what those things are. And he's proven that over and over and over again over the last 4 years. So
Yeah.
that's what makes me feel comfortable.
No, for sure. I mean, we've seen the history of it. If I was an innocent bystander sitting up there and I made the same, I mean, I totally understand what he's saying and he's not wrong, but we've experienced it. Yeah.
I appreciate the kind words. I would add that our finance director did text me, and I couldn't remember the details on that one, but she reminded me that it was below the threshold. So, correct, yeah. And so, I mean, I could speak to the technical things in terms of providers and options of providers and why this was the best one if you'd like me to, but that specifically regarding the bidding, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. So any other questions, comments on the board? Marshall?
I just want to say I will be voting yes on this. From time to time, when I make my decisions to vote on double reads, which every single time has been a decision that I've made, not just a rubber stamp, but it's just been something that I've internalized and made that decision. But regardless of how that vote went, I will still vote on the final bill how I would vote if it came to us 2 weeks from now. So I will still be voting yes on the final read.
Thank you, Marshall. Any other aldermen? Hearing none. Hill, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6642, an ordinance approving the intergovernmental agreement with Taney County for the county to provide funding towards the cost of the city's planned sewer collection system rehabilitation project, pipelining, and manhole sealing, and authorizing the mayor to execute the contract.
You've heard the first reading of Bill number 6642. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a staff report from Alex.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. I'm here on behalf of the Utilities Department. Everyone has contracted COVID or some type of sickness, so I'll be filling in for this item. Actually, all the front-end admin staff and the director and the deputy director. So that's the joys of having them all housed in one office. The item in front of you is a contract with Taney County. It's part of our annual request. In 2026, we requested $4.1 million from the county. We were allocated and approved $2.2 million. Of that $2.2 million, this contract tonight is for about $434,000. It's for CIP, which is cured in place pipe. That's a technology used, a type of resin that's used to help rehabilitate different types of infrastructures, from sewer mains to water mains to manholes. And so this contract tonight is approving, authorizing the mayor to approve this contract and to move it forward. If you have any questions, please let me know.
So, any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Any members of the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
I think Kendall's bringing me to lunch on Monday of next week or something.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sit at a different table.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill Number 6645, an ordinance approving a supplemental agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission and the Missouri and Northern Arkansas Railroad Company Incorporated for highway and rail crossing improvements and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto.
You've heard the first reading of Bill 6645. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Motion is second. We'll get a staff report from Michael Woods.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. Really quickly, provide where this crossing's at. So down by Stockstill Park. So there you can see Cox Medical Center. The Main Street, of course, 76. A little bit closer in, if you've been down there, it's near the dog park. This is the actual crossing, and MoDOT approached us along with the commission to say, we want to improve this. We want to put arm signals in there. Want to do some LED lightings. Can we work on your right-of-way or roadway? And so that's why we're bringing it to you tonight in a short tense. It's a $600,000 investment by the commission. It's not any dollars out of our budget here, but it is what they're proposing to spend on theirs. So there's no match or anything like that, and they're self-serving and take care of it. So they broke down the prices that they believe this will be. Once we get the signatures from you, of course, it'll go through the bidding process on their side. So, and of course, it's a long process because it's the Missouri Highway Commission with the Railroad Commission with the city. And so we're the first step, and I really am going to apologize. I am asking for a double read.
Oh, no.
I know, but it was because of the snow, and I worked the snow, and I promised MoDOT that, you know, as the gears turn, it takes a month for us to get it back to them, then a month to their commission, then a month to bid. So it's still a ways away. So, but if you do not oblige, that's all right, and I'll just say, sorry. So it's okay.
So they're gonna repair and make it safer, and it doesn't cost us a dime?
Doesn't cost you a dime, yeah. And
Let's
so,
double read.
There you go. So, yeah.
Seems like a good reason.
There's the drawings without sticking on them too long. So basically crossings, right? So with arms, and the dogs will love it, so.
Before we ask for Alderman input, Solon, did you have any input on this?
I don't have anything for this one.
Thank you. Glenn?
Yeah, thank you. What about, how long is it going to take, and what about the traffic flow during the construction, just in case we hear from residents and things?
So of course, the Missouri Commission will announce when they're going to do the work. I would assume that they'll always leave one lane open. So I can request that there. Again, it's piling and basings for a crossing arm. Also, very similar to what we did downtown, where they put in the track pieces so your car goes over a little bit smoother. And from the picture, you can see that the asphalt's falling apart, so they get to repair that too. We need to provide one sign and a little bit of guardrail, but not very much. So.
In addition to MoDOT's putting a notice out, should we also put a notice out from the city?
Absolutely. So that's what the city does. Maria does a great job with that. We work in communication with Maria, and then she posts that forward because it is under their direct command. So
Right.
all that information you would be calling MoDOT, no different than Highway 248 when they did sidewalk work. All that information goes straight to
Okay.
the commission.
Thank you, Maria. Any other questions, comments from the board?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Artie.
Michael, are they going to take that little jog out of that intersection when they do that?
They are not. They still like that jog that's there. So I know our
Okay.
trucks don't love it, but it puts it directly straight onto the rail line that's there.
Well, it seems like
At
it
a
would be
90
safer
degree.
to take that out, but that's not my bailiwick.
They like it.
Any
Thank you.
Thanks, Artie. Any questions from the audience? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed- Opposed, same sign. Ayes have it.
Your Honor, I move to read Bill number 6645 to get her done. Timing.
Have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak to this matter? Anybody in the audience? Hearing none, we're going to vote to have a second read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Artie, you were in that first bunch of ayes.
He said yes.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, would you please provide the introduction for this item?
Your Honor, this is the final reading of Bill number 6645, an ordinance approving a supplemental agreement with Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission of Missouri and Northern Arkansas Railroad Company Incorporated for highway and rail crossing improvements and authorizing the mayor to execute the documents related thereto.
You've heard the final reading of Bill 6645. Do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any members of the board wishing to speak to this? Artie, you may want to mute. Thank you. Any members of the audience? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, will you provide a roll call vote?
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden? Lucas?
Sorry, yes.
Result of the vote, 6-0, motion carries. Your Honor,
I have a
Thanks,
very
Michael.
passionate wife.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6646, an ordinance approving the reimbursement of building permit fees for eligible nonprofit organizations related to certain affordable, low-income, and workforce housing developments within the city of Branson.
For the first reading of Bill 6646, do I have a motion approving this bill?
So moved.
Second.
Do I have a second? Okay. We have a motion and a second. We begin with a report from Alderman LeBlanc.
All right, Mr. Mayor and Board, this agenda item was actually inspired by Alderman Schultz. Your report at our last board meeting, you mentioned homelessness situation downtown, and he stated that, you know, in a portion of his statement, and I quote, "I'd really worry that we somehow reach a tipping point here, that it begins to actually impact tourism. If our business owners are rattled by this whole thing, I gotta believe it's not gonna be long before we spill over into tourism." And, you know, those words echoed in my mind because he's correct. We do have a homeless issue. It extends to more than just the downtown area. It's throughout our community. So what is the solution? What I'm presenting tonight is one very actionable solution that we could put into effect immediately. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program is a federal funded program administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. This program provides annual funding to eligible cities to support housing, infrastructure, public facilities, accessible improvements, and neighborhood revitalization. CDBG funding is primarily directed toward projects that benefit low and moderate income residents while producing broader community-wide benefits. I'm gonna go a little off script here and say, you know, not only do we have this issue, but I looked at, for the 3 days following, I kind of investigated, like, what did we have as a municipality that we can address these things? And we're very limited as to what we can do. And then when you elevate it to the county level, they kind of have the same kind of inability to do things that we do as a municipality. And it's not until we have NGOs and actually non-for-profits that really engage at a state and federal level where it really becomes impactful. So why does CBDG matter to Branson? Branson's tourism-driven economy relies on stable workforce, safe infrastructure, and strong neighborhoods. Many residents employed in hospitality, entertainment, and service industries fall within the CDBG income guidelines. CDBG funding allows the city to address housing and infrastructure needs without raising local taxes. Let me say that one again. It addresses housing and infrastructure needs without raising local taxes, supports workforce stability and housing security, improves accessibility and safety for seniors and individuals with disabilities, prevents neighborhood decline and long-term municipal costs. The key benefits to their residents and the taxpayers. Taxpayer protection funds are federal dollars designated for community investment, reducing reliance on local tax revenue. Workforce support helps preserve safety, affordable housing, and infrastructure for Branson's workforce. Infrastructure improvements provides streets, sidewalks, drainage, and public facility upgrades. Accessibility and safety enables homes and facility improvements to allow residents to age in a place of safety. Long-term savings. Early intervention prevents costly repairs and future blight. Accountability and oversight. CDBG funds are subject to strict federal requirements, including income eligibility verification, environmental and historical preservation review, financial audits and reports, fair housing and civil rights compliance, public input and transparency. These safeguards ensure responsible stewardship of public funds. While projects must meet this low, moderate income eligibility criteria, the benefits extend throughout the city. Stronger neighborhoods, improved infrastructure, workforce stability, protected property values, and reduction of long-term public costs. In conclusion, the CBG program provides Branson with a responsible and compassionate way to invest in housing, infrastructure, and community stability without increasing taxes. I'm going to say that one again, without increasing taxes. When used transparently and strategically, CBDG funds strengthens the foundation of Branson's economy and quality of life. So when I looked at the mechanisms that were in place, back in September of last year, we approved the same exact thing for LIHTC funding. Now, there are some differences. However, I was looking for a specific way that we can attract other investors into our community. And this is just one mechanism that allows us to do that. There are many other mechanisms, but what I was looking for was something that would have an impact right away. And this was the one that kind of came to the surface. There are others I'm looking into, and I hope to bring those forward. But tonight, I hope this board supports this idea of these fee waivers, specifically to permits, because I think that if we're able to reduce any financial friction administratively for these projects, I think it goes a long way, because we are partnered in these projects together. And so the benefit is, again, to attract that housing that we so desperately need. But I also wanted to make sure that we were able to benefit the people that are already doing that. And there are four eligible grants that would be eligible if this thing passes tonight. And so I hope that I get the support of this board to make that happen, because I think it'll go a long way in the community to making things more solid for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Any members of this board wishing to speak regarding this matter? Ruth?
Thank you, Ralph, for bringing this to the table. I would like to propose an amendment. Okay. I move to amend Bill number 6646, recital number 2, to read, I'm just going to read the portion that I'm requesting be included. On the third line, after the word nonprofit
Can we put it up?
organizations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hold on, Ruth.
Upon completion of construction and issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city to any nonprofit organization.
Okay, we're going to find where that insert is. Where'd you say, Ruth?
Under the second whereas.
Second whereas. Oh, under the second whereas.
Yes, sir. Third sentence, the middle of the sentence, after nonprofit organizations.
Okay, would you highlight that, Chad? Highlight eligible nonprofit organizations. Thank you. So following that, you want
Upon completion of construction and issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city to any nonprofit organization.
okay. Any,
And
what?
I have a second one too that's similar, and then I'll go into why I'm requesting this. On section 1, after the now therefore it be it ordained. Section 1, starting in sentence number 2, after nonprofit organization, upon completion of construction and issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city to any nonprofit organization.
Okay, are those the two?
Yes.
Do we, let's open this up for discussion.
We need a second
Oh, I'm
on
sorry.
that.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any alderman wishing to address this?
Well, I wanted to say why I wanted,
Oh, go ahead.
why I was requesting this. I'm not real supportive of giving $1, a taxpayer dollar, away unless it is for something that's going to benefit our community as a whole. Affordable housing, Alderman LeBlanc mentioned past approval, which was LIHTC, low-income housing tax credits. Every LIHTC is 100%. Their development is 100% affordable housing, which I am in favor of. And they have to go by a certain percentage of the median income, 60%. I mean, they have strict requirements, and I know it's going to benefit the community as a whole. With CDBG or different types of funding, financing out there, only a certain percentage of their product needs to be available as affordable housing. The rest can go out as market value. So I want to make sure that we have I don't mind reimbursing, and I would, for another day, would like to discuss, maybe we take the percentage of that affordable housing, just that part, to be able to provide taxpayer dollars towards. But I want to make sure that we have completed projects, that the city's accountable, the developer's accountable, we're all on the same page, it's very transparent. To my knowledge, it's just on the Elevate, because I didn't see any questions with any of the other projects that was mentioned. But I just wanted to make sure, has the city done everything that they're supposed to do, that they're required to do? And to my knowledge, the city has. And I guess the only thing we have to do is put up more fencing, but we're waiting for Elevate to complete a portion of their project so that we can complete ours. So that's understandable. But looking at the layout here, there's, I think, about $2.2 million of matching funds for the 48 homes that's proposed for this development. And then there's another 2.45 for other requirements for the matching funds didn't know if the matching funds are available. I want to make sure the project gets completed because we do want to benefit our community for affordable housing, which I so support. But I want to make sure that, I know that there's a deadline of February, is it 2027, when everything's supposed to be completed. So I just want to make sure that the matching funds are available if everything's going to fall into place. That's why I'm asking that we have a certificate of occupancy before we reimburse any dollars that we're committing to in this ordinance. So, I mean, that question is to Elevate. I'm glad you're here tonight. Are those funds, is the matching funds, are those available? Are they going to be able to be available so that for this project to be completed?
Brian Stallings, Branson, with Elevate Branson. So yeah, let me clarify a couple things. So the grant spin down has to be done in February of 27. So the grant itself doesn't have to be closed out. All the money has to be allocated by February of 27. Yes, so we have received $1 million grant from Federal Home Loan Bank. We've received $1 million grant from ARPA. We'll have $1 million in infrastructure costs. And we just received a $1.9 million grant for another 24 homes. So we will far exceed our match.
And there's not just 48 homes, units that were originally listed with the submittal package for the CDBG grants?
There'll be more than 48 homes when it's completed.
Was that submitted with our application? Because I thought there were just 48 units that we submitted for the CDBG
48
funding.
is the required amount, but the spin down, or the match, is the bigger portion, right? Because our requirement or our match is 4.6 million. Now, this was done in 2020, so obviously prices have doubled, right? So, you know, we're going to far exceed that match just in the 48 homes.
So we'll be getting, I'm just thinking about the original submittal that included
Mr. Mayor,
the
point of order.
48.
In the spirit of, this ordinance is not about Elevate.
No, it's not.
It's not. And so I'd like to keep it on topic because while, you know, I appreciate the spirit of what you're doing, this is not what this ordinance is about. And I think that we're kind of getting a little bit off topic with it, and I'd really like to keep the discussion about the ordinance and the true spirit of what it's about. And it's about providing affordable housing for our community.
I agree, thank you, and I just wanted to explain why I think that a certificate of occupancy is important in everything that we do.
Right, and again, while I appreciate that and you bringing that up, in the spirit of me engaging in this, it wasn't about limiting access to affordable housing. It was bringing in more affordable housing and making it easier for us to attract those developers that are going to do those kinds of things. And so, you know, again, the fact that grant recipients would receive a credit back, was just kind of a bonus in the deal because I didn't even know if that could be done. But the reality of it is that it has zero to do with Elevate and everything to do with what can we do to attract developers to come in our community. And I know $50,000 isn't a lot of money in the grand scheme of your project or any other project, but by gosh, it definitely makes a difference when the rubber meets the road. Because if we mind our pities, the dollars take care of themselves. And that's kind of how I look at this, is that we are taking an opportunity to open it up for developers current and future to come in and fill a need where we have a need. And our need right now is to affordable workforce housing, and that's what this addresses. So the idea that a certificate of occupancy is necessary, I think, you know, I looked at the original LIHTC and I just modeled it after that, and that wasn't a requirement for that. So I think putting a restriction on that would really kind of kill the spirit of what this is all about for me. And, you know, I hope that, you know, each other alderman can kind of hear where I'm coming from with this and truly not add it to this ordinance, because I would not be in support of that at all.
Okay, and I co-sponsored it. That's why I felt it was my responsibility to really dig into this. This isn't just for Elevate, this is for any nonprofit organization. And I think that if the city is willing to provide and put towards affordable housing, which I feel is extremely important, then, and we're working with taxpayer dollars, then it would be great to have in return that they finish their project and we reimburse them then.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Glenn?
Yeah, I appreciate the spirit of the discussion here. As a guy who's run an extremely large nonprofit organization, I think we should stay on the focus of nonprofit. Nonprofits struggle with cash flow. They rely on donations. They go after grant funding. And I agree with the basic premise of the bill that if we're going to use this to attract other investments into this space, it's generally going to be nonprofits. The LaTeX situations aren't, interestingly, always nonprofits. But here, we're talking specifically about nonprofits. And I just think for the sake of cash flow, if they've spent the money with us, it's money out of their coffers that people have given to them for the broader project or to support their organization. And they probably could be spending that money better elsewhere. And as Ralph said, we get the result of their investment in the community.
Question. Do we have a second on Ruth's amendment?
Yes, we do, Artie.
And just another point, any dollar that comes back to a nonprofit goes right back into the community. And so in our situation, it'll go right back into this project. And to your point, Ruth, we can't build 48 homes for $2.2 million. It can't be done in this economy right now. So these houses will, again, cost us over $5 million to build. So, so there's obviously going to be some adjustment that's needed as far as the allocation, but CDBG is more concerned about the financial match than they are about what bucket it goes into. So I hope that helps answer that.
Can I ask Alderman Denham something? Is the reason for asking for the applicant to have the certificate so that they have more teeth in it, or it shows that more skin in the game, or exactly?
Well, there's many sides.
I
Thank
understand
you
what you're
for
saying.
asking,
I just wanted to hear exactly.
I feel it's important that if we're going to be discussing taxpayer dollars, that yes, we want to help our community, but we expect something in return for assurance to show, yes, this is goodwill on both sides. We want the certificate of occupancy, everything's working out fine, and yes, we want to support your project. So I think that we owe it to our citizens to show that we're being responsible with their tax dollars, and if we're going to reimburse, then we need a completed project.
So
they'll get reimbursed.
A couple points of clarification. One, I have no problem with that because we will have 70 occupancy permits, so they can be reimbursed however they're reimbursed. So I don't have a problem with that. But point of clarification is that's not taxpayer money. That's nonprofit money that's paying for those permits that's getting reimbursed. So taxpayers are not losing out on that money. That's an incentive to help offset costs for nonprofits or hopefully future developers that want to build here, because at the end of the day, we cannot build affordable housing here. It doesn't pencil for developers.
Okay, yes, and we want to be helpful in reimbursing those. But before we do that, realize that everybody that walks through that door to get a building permit pays a building permit fee. That goes into the general fund. So yes, it is taking taxpayer dollars out to pay back, to reimburse for the money that came in. So yes, it is being used for that purpose. Yes.
I would disagree with you, because if we didn't do the project, you wouldn't get the building permit fees, right? So it's Elevate's donor money that's paying those fees, and if the project wasn't happening, there wouldn't be those fees to pay out.
I just want to be open and transparent with with the.
I do. I just want to be
Because I've gotten
clear
phone
where the money
calls
comes
from, I do represent Ward 3 and I do represent the city and I do get phone calls. So yes, people want to know that we're getting something back in return, a promise, a handshake in writing. Yes, well, the certificate of occupancy, yes, we will reimburse.
Another point of clarification for you is that LIHTC projects can be as high as 80% of the area median income. Our project is 50% of area median income, and 100% of those residents will be at 50% of area median income. So it definitely meets a higher threshold than a LIHTC project. Also, LIHTC projects are profitable. This is a nonprofit project. So I just wanted to clarify those points.
So every single one of the units are not, none will be at market value, one will
Correct.
just be.
Correct.
So is that like, I don't remember, it's been a while. Is that like
$495.
$495 for each unit?
All utilities included.
Okay, thank you.
Brian, before you sit, something that Ruth brought up that I didn't catch until you read that, on the CDBG grant projects, I've seen some come through here, Kathy, that percentage, 20% of the project had to meet these income requirements, but the rest of the project could be at fair market rents.
Sure, they're all a little bit different, but I'm just clarifying that LIHTC does not have to be that way.
I understand that.
Some CDBG projects can be that way. Our particular project is not that way.
Thank you. So my
Yeah.
question is, the way this ordinance is written, if it's covering all CDBG grants,
And I just feel it's fair that we do things straight across the board for anybody that's wanting to do this. Getting a certificate of occupancy to ensure that everything is safe for the public to move into, I don't think that's asking much. I mean, we wouldn't go to the bank and ask for money and say we're not going to do anything in return. I mean, we have to have these discussions. Definitely we support affordable housing in this city. All of us do. We've pretty much all voted that way. We just want to make sure that we are being responsible with the decisions we make.
I'm not disputing that at all. I think that from your side of the thing, I think that's very reasonable.
I think it's a fair request, and I don't think it handcuffs the applicant.
okay. Glenn, you had something?
Yeah, I just want to say, if you kind of go back to Ralph's opening comments, we didn't do this for the LIHTC grants. We granted the waiver of the fees before they even had their funds. So we weren't even sure at that time if they were going to get their grant funds for their for-profit organization, and we waived the fees. So I find it incongruent now to come and say, now here we've got a real project that's really building out with real tiny homes sitting there, and now we'll make it on completion. I just don't like the differences in those two things. So since this is a short-term thing, and we've got a lot more to talk about in terms of affordable housing in this city, I think for now we should just treat it the same and address the bigger issues going forward, because we've got a lot of work to do here. As good as the Elevate project is and their future plans, it just barely puts a dent in the need for this kind of housing in our area. And so we've got a lot more to do, and I think we could package this all together and talk about how we can incentivize other developers in a much stronger fashion than this to be able to achieve those goals. I think this is quite minor in comparison to what we're capable of as a city.
Yes, and I agree with you, and so that's why I want to compare apples to apples, because LIHTC and CDBG DR are two totally different things. So that's why I'm saying anything that fits into this category, because they're totally different. They can't even really be compared.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Artie.
I agree that we want to promote low-income housing, workforce housing as much as we possibly can in the city. I agree with Glenn on that 100% and with Ralph. And I think if I'm understanding this proposed amendment, it is that we will give them the fees back once we have the certificate of completion and of occupancy. And so we're not saying we're not going to give it to them. And so from that perspective, I call for the question.
Okay, I think that's fair. So,
Sorry,
go ahead, Ellery.
On a call for question, you will need a second.
Second.
And then a vote,
Okay. And a vote on the call for question?
just to make sure you want to call it, and then if everybody's okay with
Okay,
with
does
it.
all the aldermen want to, let's vote to see if the alderman would like to call the question. I'm sorry? Oh, roll call vote, Hillary.
Schultz,
Yes.
LeBlanc,
Yes.
Denham,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
Yes.
Lucas.
Yes.
So the result of the vote is 6-0, and now you can vote on the amendment.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote
So
on
we're-
the amendment. Please.
Okay. Schultz,
No.
Thanks, Brian.
LeBlanc,
No.
Denham,
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Howden,
No.
Lucas.
Yes.
So, Mayor, that is 3 noes and 3 yeses, which is a tie, and that will fall on the mayor to break a tie on the amendment.
Well, based on the applicant being in agreement with the terms of the amendment, then I'm going to vote yes.
So the motion carries.
Could we see the wording of that up on the screen?
We don't have the wording. I can read it to you if you would like.
Yeah, I was a little concerned. It sounded like there was something about any nonprofit rather than qualifying nonprofits.
That was.
So I think the language went before the 501c3 language. If you pull it back up, Chad.
You make it bigger.
If I'm remembering right. So it goes between from go up, Chad, because it's in the first. There's
There
two
it
of them.
is.
So the first one goes right after organizations, eligible for nonprofit organizations, and then it said, Hillary, can you read the language?
Upon completion of construction and issuance of a certificate of occupancy to any nonprofit organization.
By the city to any.
But it says, but after that, it says any nonprofit organization, if you keep reading this sentence, qualifying as such under 501, so it's any 501c3 organization.
Yeah.
That's any nonprofit. It should be qualified nonprofit, not any nonprofit.
Yeah, the other thing you have to realize is that it also limits it to any, so that's just one stipulation. They also have to have been awarded a CBDG DR grant prior to January 1st, 2025. When you're drafting these kinds of ordinances, we have to keep it broad and open to anyone and everyone. So the way that when I reviewed this, we did it was to keep it broad and open to anyone so that we weren't, singling anyone out, giving any favors, because we have to watch out for that kind of stuff. So I think the two requirements that are generally requirements are nonprofit CBDG grant.
Okay, so we voted.
And I should clarify, and then also the stuff below.
So we've approved the amendment, and now we're back to the ordinance itself as amended.
You are correct, yes.
So,
Hillary, also, sorry, Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt you. She also asked for it to be amended in section 1 below.
oh, yes.
The section we just reviewed is just one of the recitals. That's not actually part of it. That's kind of giving the intention here. So if you go down to, I think it was the second line? Is the similar language?
Yes, the same language put
Yeah,
in
same
under
language.
section 1, starting in the second sentence.
Yes, same thing there.
So the same language gets entered where?
gets entered.
If you would like me to type it, I will type it up there.
Thank you.
Could you enlarge it a little bit, please?
Ruth, this language was to be inserted where?
The first one is under the whereas.
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay. The second one is section 1. After nonprofit organization, middle sentence, the same verbiage goes back in. Upon completion of construction and issuance of a certificate of occupancy by the city to any nonprofit organization, and then it goes on to say qualifying as such under section. That all remains the same.
Okay, let's give Solon just a half a minute.
Can we maybe ask for any public comments while he's doing that?
I understand. I don't know what to do with that.
We haven't called for public comments. I thought we could just do that while we're waiting for the final edits.
Okay, it looks like it's up there.
Okay. So are there any other comments from the board? Comments from the audience?
Father J. Friedel, Branson. I would just question in terms of if these all fall under the term of some not-for-profit and some profit, then why would you not consider giving back to the percentage, whether it's a not-for-profit or a profit? If that's what you're really trying to do, is to help, to do some of that, because that to me at least seems to, if you're really trying to protect the taxpayers' money and provide affordable housing for the working poor, that to me seems to protect that a little bit better than just somebody coming in that was going to do this thing and throw a little bit at, helping the poor and the rest for their pocket. So that's just my thing there. And and while I'm at this, the other day when I was doing that lovely interview for KY3 after the closing, I basically, was trying to do two things. One was trying to say, as far as the city was concerned, when the police and the fire people tell us that something's unsafe, we're going to put our money by it, and we'll go with it because I've come to trust the fire department and the police department. Okay, I don't trust the state and the federal quite so much, but that's a different issue. Okay, but if they do that, then I'm willing to go with that. But at the same time, the other half of the interview, said I wanted to make sure that we kept pushing the city on affordable housing. So I'm just going to say, in all of these that I've come to, which has not been a lot, but I'm saying you give me more hope tonight that we're actually moving in a better track toward affordable housing for the working poor who really do keep our economy chugging. And so I'm grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Father.
Hello again. I just wanted to kind of echo your concern. I know I've heard of developers that build affordable housing, low-income housing, and they use the grant money. I don't know if they're nonprofit or not, because I didn't research that far into it. But I've heard that they use the grant money to build a smidgen of low-income housing, and then we're going to use the additional monies to build housing behind that. So the way the current bill reads is it would just apply to their broad spectrum project, not the 10 or 15% of low-income housing that they were going to build, but they were going to get essential refunds, which is I think what you were alluding to, on their entire project. And maybe I'm speaking incorrectly, but that's the way I was understanding your question. So I would like to see possibly language in there that says it only applies to the low-income portion of your project if you're going to get your grant monies back, or your permit monies back, apologies. So if you're building 100% and only 20% of your project is low-income affordable housing, you're only getting 20% of that permit money back. And that's,
Daniel, thank you very much for that comment. I think that would probably be a good idea for a future discussion to get something on the table for discussion and get public input as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mayor?
Daniel.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just for a point of clarification, when an organization, non-for-profit, gets to the point that they're awarded that CBDG grant, there's actually a cooperative agreement that goes into place that puts the city as the primary applicant on that particular grant. To say that we just don't have any oversight is that's just not true. We administer that grant and we have that oversight onto it. So the idea that, it's spelled out in a cooperative agreement how things are going to be laid out. And I think that as long as we stick to those plans, then we can do great projects in this community. And that's what I'm committed to, is making sure, because as Father said, there have been boards up here and during times people have talked about affordable housing over and over and over again. And I've seen, after 29 years of living here, I've seen very little action behind it. And it wasn't until people like Brian and other developers that have come to and asked for our blessing for these grants that we were able to do that. And they took those and they ran with them. And I'm just saying, if we truly understand that we have a housing issue, then we need to be open to those communications with those developers. And if they're willing to put the time in and the effort in to get awarded those grants, then I think we're already partnered up with them. And I just think it's just good faith and good stewardship that we show them, hey, we're in this together. Let's move forward and let's make this project successful. And that's ideally what this ordinance was about. And I know it just got caught up in a whole lot of minutia, but nonetheless, I'm happy that it passed, even though the stipulation in there I don't like. But hey, let's move forward and let's invite some people to come build in Branson.
Did you have something?
Mr. Mayor?
No. Hold on a sec, Glenn. Yes.
Sorry, Cat's been here 3 hours, just like y'all. Anyways, once again, my name is Trent Davis. I was fortunate enough to host a coat drive for the area to help out our unhoused in the area and also our lower income as well. Through my coat drive and through my distribution, I was able to help out over 100 families in the area. And I do want to also thank the city of Branson for allowing me to have a distribution or a drop-off location here. So I know that there is a housing crisis here in the area, and I am very thankful that we are finally putting up some legislation to allow that to happen. I did like Alderman LeBlanc's original proposal, but Ms. Denham here, she has a really good addendum here to ensure that we are making sure it is sound and proof. So I will ask the board to go ahead and support Ms. Ruth here on this bill as it is.
Great. Oh, you said as is. As amended.
As amended, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's getting late. Glenn, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the thing I'm looking at here is this is a temporary solution. This is not our long-term plan for affordable housing. It's sort of almost a stopgap measure for where we are. We've got a lot of work to do on this. So I think going forward, we can come up with a much more holistic plan with much more capability from the city that we're seeing here. So let's just count this as a good faith effort for where we are today, and we know we got a lot of work to do yet.
Mr. Mayor, one more thing, Glenn, thank you for saying that. One. Number
Question.
two, if you truly stand by that, I'm willing to work with you on that, because, again, I think people have been lip serviced enough about affordable housing that now it's time. Yes, this is just one small step in greater things that we can do, but by gosh, we get this done, then it really opens up for that holistic view of what we can do. And I'm willing to sit with you and talk about that as much as needed because I think it's that important.
Okay, any other aldermen? Anybody from the audience wishing to speak to this? We're addressing the original language as modified. Hearing no, Hillary, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
Lucas?
Yes.
Result of the vote is 6-0, motion carries.
Very nice.
Your Honor, this is the first reading of Bill number 6647, an ordinance amending section 2-62 of the Branson Municipal Code pertaining to regular meetings and agenda.
So you've heard the first reading of Bill 6647, a motion approving this bill.
So move.
We have a motion and a second. We'll get a report from Kathy Stepp.
Am I doing it? I think Solon, you were going to take this, weren't you?
That's fine, I can
Yeah,
take it.
thank you.
I'm just reading off the paper. Oh,
All right, so back in, I believe it was November 25th, a citizen in public comment proposed some ideas. Those ideas were, seemed to be enlightening to several aldermen who tend to agree with the value of those. And at that time, I had directed one of my assistant city attorneys to work on some language that would accomplish the things that the aldermen at that time had discussed. And it took a little bit of time to get here, but it's here. And the idea here was not, now I know there's some people that might have some hesitancy about that because they've talked to me about that. And I am not married to any of this language. I was just doing my job to draft the ordinances, so it's the board's, right to change it, do whatever they want with it, just as you saw us do here. Chad, you can go ahead and take that one off because it's not up anymore. And so if the board wants to leave, threshold amounts lower, that's fine. There is nothing illegal about it or wrong about it, as some previous commentators tried to allude in the original public comment section. And in fact, some cities don't allow their aldermen to put anything on the agenda. It's traditionally the mayor's meeting to be able to control, but our city has decided that they want to allow that, and that is fine. And there's a variation of how that works. There's different policies behind those things, and I'd be more than happy to get nerdy with people and explain those, but I don't think that's necessary. I'll let the board do that tonight. And so what we have here is a bill that simply tries to implement a policy that would provide a balance for when staff time is used, and essentially requires a resolution that is put forward by a majority of the board to explore an idea, okay? So the idea was that it shouldn't be that hard for a few aldermen to get together and agree that they're willing to explore an idea. It's not to vote on it, it's to explore an idea. So the resolution would be to explore, then after the staff time, if there's enough aldermen that are willing to do that, that says, okay, we're okay with staff time and city taxpayer dollars paying those staff to go and put together a report that then the full board can review at a subsequent meeting, and then vote on. Now, if it's just one person, they could hijack the whole Board of Aldermen meetings by putting a bunch of meaningless things that would never pass. So, and then again, this is a balance that the board is going to have to strike themselves. This is not my decision. This is just proposed language that you can alter however you want. What I would tell you, and I would highly recommend against, is removing the language that says next practical regular meeting. And I'll tell you why. Man, I can appreciate you guys holding this button down for this long. The reason why I would not remove that next practical language is not a matter of trying to shift control from, one entity to another or person to another. But if a resolution passes to ask the staff to explore an idea, depending on what that idea is, it could take a lot of staff time. We have, if you, looked at some of our employees' schedules, they are very packed, contrary to what some people want to believe. I went through mine today. There are numerous 16-hour days I can show you. And so for me to have to drop everything and review an item so that it's up for the next meeting is sometimes, if the calendar doesn't line up right, really irresponsible, because there are legal court cases, deadlines, that it would be not wise for the city to do that to our staff. Now, if you wanted to say the next practical meeting, but not to exceed 2 meetings out or something like that, that could give you some assurances that we're not going to just sit on it. Otherwise, have at it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Any members of the board wishing to speak regarding this matter?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hold on, Artie, I got Marshall going.
Okay, so I want to provide just a little bit of my background with this, because I've actually cared deeply about this type of ordinance when it comes to putting things on the agenda, and I have quite a bit of history with it. When I first got on the board 4 years ago, there actually wasn't a codified that 2 aldermen were to put something on the agenda. That actually was sort of practice and precedent. But that never really works with me, practice and precedent within government. I think things should be codified, because you might have a split on the board. There may be a million reasons why 2 aldermen should be allowed to put something on the agenda. So I actually, over time, have attempted to kind of work through this and have had many discussions with admin. Here's what I've always wanted, is a process. Because really what I was asking for before was that 2 aldermen weren't just allowed to put something on the agenda, but that 2 aldermen shall trigger staff time. What some of the pushback, which I understand why there was pushback, is that what if the case is that just those 2 aldermen want something? It's going to die on the vine 4-2, and that legislation had absolutely zero chance of ever passing. Then allocating staff time at that point, I can see how allocating staff at that point would be inappropriate. Therefore, but it still doesn't negate the fact that I think there should be a actual process, that if I and one other alderman think that we should put something on the agenda, I know exactly point A to point B how this can happen. What I came away from my previous discussions, probably 8-7 months ago, is that 2 aldermen could certainly call a study session on an issue. And then, at the very least, admin could get a plurality of the boards, and even if someone might be unsure of how they would vote on the end, one of the aldermen might say, well, I'll vote to move it forward. I think this deserves staff time, even if I might be unsure on how to vote on it on the end. Having said all that, I actually appreciate the process at the end of this, but I do have an amendment that I'll propose at this time, that everything in this stay the same, except for we go back down to requiring just the 2. That's my amendment.
So we have an amendment. We need a second?
Second.
Just to clarify, I'm sorry, so the language as proposed to stay the same, except from 3-2, is that what?
That's right, that's right. And I want to maintain, because it was maintained in the original bill, that this can be any combination. This can be 2 aldermen, this can be mayor plus alderman, this can be mayor plus city administrator.
But everything else is the same. Okay?
And Marshall, this may change your thought, just want to give you a little insight. The number when this was drafted for both the mayor and the alderman went up 1. So if you're wanting to take it down 1, just so you know, that mayor one also went up 1. You might take that down 1 if that's your intention.
You're saying the mayor would need 2 aldermen?
That's what it says now, but that's not what that's what this up here says.
Right.
But that's not what the current code says.
Right.
The current code says mayor and 1.
That's what I want.
Okay.
Or 2 aldermen.
Yeah. Any other
Mr. Mayor.
combinations? Yes, Artie.
I would like to move that we table this whole discussion indefinitely.
Well, before we entertain that, we have a motion on the floor.
Point of order?
Yeah.
Point of order?
Sure, Glenn.
Artie's motion is in order when there's another motion on the floor. It requires another motion on the floor, in fact, to make it. So Artie's motion takes precedent. It is a debatable motion, but it does need a second. And technically, we're postponing it indefinitely, not tabling.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second on Artie's motion?
For the sake of discussion of this, I'll second it.
For just the sake of discussion?
And can I clarify that the motion was to postpone and not table? Alderman
Postpone
Lucas?
indefinitely, right, Artie?
Postpone?
Yes.
Okay, then let's have a discussion on that. How does the board feel about postponing this discussion indefinitely?
Just a clarification, if I may, Mayor, just on that. The motion to postpone indefinitely allows the debate of the entire motion, not just the motion to postpone. It's kind of an unusual circumstance. So you get to talk through everything about the main motion plus the motion to postpone under the guise of the motion to postpone. And that's why I seconded it, because I want to have the broader discussion before we take that vote.
Yeah, but thank you, because I feel like we didn't get to talk about it before it was trying to get tabled.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So the only reason I could see why an alderman might want to table this might be working through some of the nuanced details. After hearing Solon's opening comments, I'm comfortable with that because I'm understanding why you're trying to get to the next practical regular meeting. I'm hearing you on that. I guess my only remaining question is, what's the need for the 6 business days if it still says next practical meeting?
So the 6 business days is talking about how early before the meeting you have to submit that request. So that's different than the next practical meeting thing. So how the process would work is the alderman, whatever number you decide, say, hey, we want to put something on the agenda. It can't be within 6 days of the next meeting. If it is, then it bumps to the next meeting. So once that's on, then if you have enough people to pass a resolution, that resolution will not, if it passes, will not come up until for staff report until the next practical meeting, giving staff adequate time to properly present something that is professional to you.
So here's what I'm kind of questioning about that. I imagine that if 2 aldermen were to propose something that doesn't even pass muster legally, that when we vote, that's why I actually like this mechanism, that when we vote on something, you actually can chime in and say, you don't feel like this passes muster as in regards to sort of a staff report. I'm not sure why the general posting time of 24 hours wouldn't be sufficient if what we're doing is simply voting on whether staff time should be allocated for something. Because you could be right there, and admin could be right there saying, guys, you have your prerogative as alderman, but we're saying as admin and we're saying as legal, we don't even think you should move forward on voting on this. But you could say that at the discussion. So I'm just not understanding the 6 days because I don't think staff time would be allocated before we vote to allocate staff time, I guess.
Sure, I've got 2 comments, and I'm going to defend our wonderful city clerk for a second. So currently our process is that any items on the agenda are supposed to be submitted to the city clerk on Monday, the week before the Board of Aldermen meeting, because there's quite the number of hands that those things have to go through in order to get on the agenda. I have to review it, I have to sign it, Kathy has to review it, Kathy has to sign it. Hillary has to process that, she has to put it into format like this. There's a lot of logistical stuff, and I can tell you, every once in a while, we try to make things happen last minute, and it's very chaotic, and it's not the right way to do business. So there's that aspect of it. The other one is I will never, ever, ever give legal advice on the fly like that. It's ill-advised as an attorney, and I shouldn't be doing that in the public. If I give you legal advice in the public, we don't have attorney-client privilege anymore because we've exposed it to the public. And it's my duty as a city attorney to give you advice that is sound. And so I think for those two reasons, the 6 days is good for order, and also allows me to look at it at least preliminarily, and then we'll obviously dive in deeper
Right.
during the resolution time.
So it's basically going to be at the next practical meeting, but just know that if you do it within 6 days, it's not going to be on the next meeting. It's basically what you're saying.
No, the practical meeting thing is totally different. So if you do it, if you put it up and it's within 6 days, so let's say you put it up on a Friday, or let's say Thursday. It's not, and there's an Alderman meeting that next Tuesday. It will not be on that meeting, but the next one. Okay, so and it goes on that meeting, then if it passes, the resolution will direct staff to basically bring materials before you, and I will review that, the staff will review that, and then if it's a massive complex issue, then the practical definition allows us the right amount of time to be able to vet it out and get something professional to you. If it's a small thing, it probably will be the next meeting. And if you're worried that we're going to put it off forever, put a limitation on it. Say, to us, practical means no longer than 3 meetings out.
That was my next question, is who determines what's practical?
Yeah.
Because what's practical to us may not be practical to you. And
Exactly.
then all of a sudden we're like, oh.
And so if you want to define that now, go for it.
I would say it's not, I'd even add another layer to that, and I think we have to keep this in mind as we think about this stuff. Not even practical to us. How about the citizens that bring up the issues, or the businesses that bring up the issues, and we say, well, we can first ask permission to talk about it 2 meetings from now, and then some practical time after that, if we get through that hurdle, then, then we might have something where we can actually vote on. And I'm not trying to be glib about it, but I think that's reality. People expect results from us, and I think this bill that we just passed is a great example, right? Look how long that would take us to pass under this scheme.
Glenn, that would have been passed in the exact same amount of time.
No.
Yes, it would have.
No, because we wouldn't have been able to.
It was presented.
I'm sorry.
It was presented.
No,
Okay,
let
excuse
me
me.
talk. I have the floor.
I'll take it back.
The point is, I wasn't debating that. The point is, Ralph and 2 other aldermen, to get this one that we just passed, would have first have to submit to the city a resolution request 6 days before the meeting. If that happened 6 days ago, all we'd be talking about tonight is, because you wouldn't have had any time to write the ordinance, we'd be talking about, well, is this a good idea that Ralph has? And somebody'd weigh in about how busy the staff is, and, well, we can probably get this in 2 meetings from now, or whatever the result is. So that's my point. We couldn't have possibly done what Ralph just did.
You're right, Glenn.
That doesn't
you're
sound
correct.
real
It would have
practical.
bumped it 1 more meeting. That is correct.
At least 1 more meeting.
So we need to put like a limit on how far practical
Well,
is?
Yeah,
Hold on a sec, Kathy has input.
I understand the cynicism here, right? In that you're worried that you may one day have an administrator who would perhaps act as a staller or trying to, kill something by a slow death by delay, right? So I understand that concern. I will tell you, and I don't really just have to say it with my words, this very thing we're discussing tonight actually leads into the demonstrated record this administration has on when you guys say jump, we say how high. We stay here till 11, 12 o'clock at night sometimes, many of us, in order to pull this together and to meet deadlines, always understanding that we have other hard deadlines we have to continue to try and meet and get the work pushed out to do. Zillions of contracts that we have to meet deadlines on, et cetera. If there's ever an issue, and there hasn't been one since I've been here, but if there is ever an issue that was so timely that we had to get this on the very next meeting, this administration would move heaven and earth to deliver. Those aren't words. That's a historical record of what we've done since coming here. Having said that, I also understand that administrators will change in the future, so I can understand that as well. But I just at least wanted to get on the record for your consideration that, you know, there's no way we're going to push something out that can't wait. If there's something that urgent that it needs to be on the very next meeting, I will do backflips and cartwheels, and I haven't done those in about 30 years. But I would do it to make sure it gets done. So I just wanted on the record my commitment to you from this administration. We're not interested in delaying. You can see from our record we do. And so the same would apply to this. It's just, there's so many things going on in Branson right now, guys. They're very gigantic projects, very complex issues, contracts, negotiations, et cetera, that we're working through. So to have a little bit of trust to us that we're going to report back to you and tell you when that next practical meeting would be, I'd sure appreciate that because I think we've earned it.
Well, can I say, I agree with everything you said, and your history does speak for yourself, but I'm not going to be here forever, and you're not going to be here forever, and he's not going to be forever, and that's my concern. I believe every word you just said, and I believe that that is the truth. But people come and go, and that's going to be in place. Sorry.
Yes.
I had a conversation with someone earlier today who I highly respect, and we were discussing why, you know, we do what we do, and I'm the only one up here who, this has been my career. I have been on the other side of that desk, and I know what it takes to get something done. Kathy, Alex, Solon, or legal, they have 7 bosses. So having 7 bosses, maybe with 7 different ideas, and it's like, chop, chop, we need to get this done. There's going to be mistakes, and it is not fair to put that pressure on the different departments because you have no idea how many departments have to participate into getting this draft ordinance or whatever it is that comes before us, and then you're pushed, mistakes are going to be made, and then they get lambasted at a meeting. It is not fair to put that kind of pressure on anyone. So, you know, everybody's like, quit patting staff on the back. I will always pat staff on the back because we have an amazing leadership team here who does their best for all of us. I don't like getting an agenda on Friday and having to go through it like a mad woman, having to do my own research, because I do, and having to have meetings 10 minutes before we come to this meeting because we don't thoroughly understand everything that's been out there. I love the idea of having a resolution and being able to have that discussion. Our community deserves that. Our citizens deserve that. Hey, this is what we're so-and-so proposed. This is what we want to discuss. Do we feel it's important? Then everyone gets the opportunity to participate. Being able to just say snap, snap, chop, chop, and throw something at our administration and expect it to come out 100% isn't fair to anybody. Not anybody reading the agenda online, not anybody in this meeting. I think that I agree with Marshall that at least one alderman and a mayor, or a city administrator and the mayor, or a couple of aldermen, I think that's great because we should never be held back from bringing what our constituents want us to bring up. But having to push people that way, I mean, that just doesn't make good leadership advice.
And if I can kind of share some statutory requirements that are imposed on cities that support and have been backed by those policies, and make clear the roles of the people that are in the leadership positions in this city, the mayor and the city administrator. Chad, will you put that up? Glenn, it's my responsibility to make sure everyone understands this right. Well, I have a duty, I'm sorry. So if you look at this, it says the mayor and the city administrator.
I can't see it.
I'm sorry, Artie, is there a way to get it to him? Okay. The mayor and the city administrator shall have general superintending control of administration and management of government business, officers and employees of the city, subject to the direction and supervision of the mayor. So, crafting things that direct staff time without the mayor's input and the city administrator's input is not consistent with the statute, and I will leave it at that.
I can't read it. It's too small. Can you say it again, please, Solon?
The city administrator, who shall be the chief administrative assistant to the mayor and who shall have general superintending control of the administration and management of the government business, officers, and employees of the city, subject to the direction and supervision of the mayor. So you need to keep in mind while you're crafting this, that if you go too far, taking away the mayor and the city administrator's roles, then you're going to get yourself in trouble with this statute.
So, Solon, so you're saying if the six of us voted, two aldermen put something on to vote on, and then the six of us vote it forward, you're saying we would still need city administrator and mayor approval?
Well, to be frank with you, the Missouri legislature is not perfect. And I frankly think there's some ambiguity here. I've talked with members of the board, and Glenn was one of them, about those ambiguities. And so this is a difficult one for me because I see this, and then I see our code, and I see what other cities are doing, and I don't know how to make those jive. So
Well, I don't see how, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Solon. I don't see what's the need to have a board then?
The board is the governing body that approves things. The mayor does not approve. The mayor typically has the role, depending on the form of government and the class city you are. Obviously, first-class cities and charter cities can form whatever they want. But unfortunately for us, this is a third-class and fourth-class statute. The third-class and fourth-class statutes were drafted because smaller cities are typically not as sophisticated. So the state legislature has crafted specific requirements for smaller towns that aren't supposed to be or alleged to be as sophisticated to help them form a proper organizational structure. And so we don't get to make the rules. If we wanted to be a charter city, we could get more creative like you guys are wanting to, but we're not that.
No.
So we
don't want to be a charter city.
We have to deal with the cards that we have. And this isn't me trying to force things. I'm just sharing with you what the law says.
I understand, but my question is then, my question is, no, I got to make a statement. I wasn't elected by the administrator or the mayor. I was elected by the constituents of the city of Branson. And so if that's the case, then I answer to them, not the mayor and the city administrator.
Yeah, so Artie, I'll explain that because I think a little bit more explanation will help you understand. So this section and sections preceding it outline when a city can elect to have a city administrator. And they say, hey, if you want to have a city administrator and you're a fourth-class city or a third-class city, we're a fourth-class city for clarification. They say, okay, you can do that. They're going to be the ones in control, but you can fire them anytime you want, Board of Aldermen. The Board of Aldermen can fire the city administrator, and so that's the check and balance there. So if the city administrator is not responsive to, Artie, I don't write the law, that's what it is.
I
If
know,
the
but
city
we
administrator,
can't fire the mayor.
you know, you can't, you're right, the people do, that's why they're voted in.
Actually,
So-
you can.
Point of order. My amendment doesn't say what you're warning us against, Solon, and I respect that you're answering Artie's questions, but we're talking about this specific item right now.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, Marshall, is that we're trying to craft a amendment that will allow the city to give aldermen input that is more generous than what had been in the past, because this statute or this code was amended a few years ago, right? To add this ability for aldermen to put stuff up. And so all we're saying here is there's got to be some balance because this does not allow aldermen to direct staff, this statute.
Aldermen, but, and I'm not pushing back on you, but the entire board as a whole can direct staff. Am I wrong?
That's why I don't think the legislature does us very much favor here, because if you read this literally, then that would be not the case. So,
Sure, Kathy.
I just want to, I'm worried about like how this is starting to feel, where it's like administration and the mayor against the board, and I don't want it to come across that way. And you were right to point out, whoever just said it, that we came up with this 2 aldermen thing, getting something on the agenda, not long after I got here, because your board, the board's experience in the past with previous administration was, it was very difficult to be heard by the administrator and get something put on the agenda because the administrator ran the agenda, right? I heard it from the former city clerk many times. It's your agenda, you can put on it whatever you want. And so I'm not that type of administrator. I want this relationship to be collegial and cooperative, and we want to be responsive to you and to the public. So if there are things that you guys feel as elected officials, because remember, you're out there with the people, you've got your finger on the pulse of the electorate, I have to be an active listener, and I need to be responsive to what you're hearing on the street in order to best serve the citizens, and that's my primary goal. So that's all. I think someone was just laying that out, like, this is probably what past administrations leaned on, right? I would imagine that's what happened. I wasn't paying attention to the meetings at the time, but I would bet. I don't want to be that kind of administrator. I want to be partners with you in governing the city. So that's my statement.
Well, thank you, Kathy. I appreciate what you're saying, and I respect you and Solon for everything you're saying tonight. But this was part of the reason that I was wanting to suspend it or postpone it, at least, because there's a lot more to this than just I feel that we can discuss tonight.
Glenn?
Yeah, I just want to be clear because I have no problem with our city staff. This isn't what this discussion is about. I've said it time and time again when I've looked at any of our ordinances that deal with how we run the city, that as aldermen, we can't sit here in our current situation and say, oh, this is perfect. We always have to be looking outside of our situation and saying, is this durable? Will this work for the long term? Will the next board of aldermen do the right things with this ordinance? All those things I've always strongly evaluated, and you've heard me say that many times. I really have a concern that respecting the issue of staff needs time to do things. I get it. I mean, I've worked on both sides of this equation with city staff. I've spent probably hundreds of hours working on ordinances that staff was working on, where I just wanted to help with the expertise that I had. So I understand the amount of work staff goes through to bring these things up in their overall workload. I don't think that's the issue. For me anyhow, it's not the issue. My issue is that this is a bill that A, isn't good for the long term. It's got a lot of holes in it that'll let a disastrous governance effect take place. And B, it fundamentally restricts the ability of aldermen to do their job. I don't think there's a citizen in this city who would believe the alderman can't bring an issue up in front of the rest of the aldermen to have it discussed without going through a multi-week scenario. I think we'll really let our citizens down if that's the route we go here. Personally, if we want to do something like this, if we want to work on procedures, let's have a discussion session in an upcoming meeting when we don't have a very heavy agenda. It's already 11:15, and let's work on collectively what we think as aldermen need to be done in this regard. I'll point out that I could be wrong, somebody correct me. I'll bet you in the 2 years I've been alderman, we've maybe only had 6 bills sponsored by aldermen. Maybe 7, something around there. I mean, we've handled hundreds of bills in that time, hundreds of bills in that same time, all staff generated. So it also feels like there's a bit of imbalance here. Just because of one citizen's comment, suddenly we're jumping through hoops to upend how aldermen do their job. I even find it ironic that that now all the staff time has been spent on an ordinance that the alderman didn't even ask for to rein in the alderman. Without the alderman talking about it, or at least without 2 aldermen sponsoring it, to bring it on the floor, or the alderman and a mayor, which is our current ordinance, that those things should be done that way. So I don't feel this is it. I appreciate the work that's been done on it. I kind of get the sentiment of not wasting staff's time. I get that. But I don't think this is the formula for it.
Hold on, Kathy.
I just want to respond to what Alderman Schultz just said. The reason we moved forward on this was because at that board meeting, after Gary Groman got up and made his public comments, there was very much consensus, like head nodding, like, yeah, that's an interesting proposal, right? I'm very dialed into the cues of what it is that you guys are wanting from me as your administrator. And I don't ever want, Glenn, the relationship to be where you all feel you have to go through a formal process in order to approach me about looking into something for you. I don't think it needs to be that formal. I don't think it needs to be that sterile. I don't think it builds that teamwork camaraderie that we're looking to have between administration and the legislative branch. So this was, I've done this many times, by the way, since I've been here for 3 years, is when you guys talk about something casually up here and I can see that you guys want me to do something or look into it further, I do that. I gotta tell you, I'm kind of feeling like Stretch Armstrong on this one, right? You remember that toy, right? Where I'm getting pulled in one direction because somebody wants this and somebody else wants it to be somewhere different. I'm not crying and expecting sympathy. I'm just trying to explain to you, it's really hard to please 7 masters sometimes. And we do the level best that we can on a daily basis. So this was just my attempt. And in fact, I felt bad it was so late from when it was first brought up. So this is not because Gary Groman's making us do something. This was based on the sentiment that was taking place at that meeting that night. So my apologies for being aggressive in trying to solve an issue that I thought you all wanted me to solve. And if we have to go to the formal process next time, trust me, much easier for me and my team if we do everything formal like that, because then I won't get into this jackpot ever again in trying to please you guys and go above and beyond. So I know I got a little passionate there, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys feel the frustration and the hours that we put into things, thinking that we're doing what you're looking for from us, and then to be accused of untoward or malicious type of intent is a bit much sometimes. So thank you.
Can I remind the board that Marshall's amendment to this took us right back to the existing code.
It's still a little bit different, Mayor. It's pretty similar. It's almost the same. I think the practical meeting thing is different, but it is too, Glenn. You can compare the words.
So, hey, Solon.
Wait a minute. What were the differences?
The difference is, and can I just say, since it's my
Yes,
motion,
Marshall.
Solon? Okay, the difference is, and I want to speak to agreeing with Kathy's most recent point. If you really take this back, almost maybe, I don't know, 9 months or whatever, this actually, Glenn and I did put this on an agenda as far as to research a process. So I appreciate it, and yes, it's taken a long time, but that's okay. We all come and we think about different ways, and that gets shot down, and we're okay with it. And then if citizens comes up and we go, it reignites the issue. In fact, the nodding heads is actually kind of the consensus that we're talking about, to send this to that. What I've always wanted is that process, which is why I actually think it is different than what we had before, because it actually requires a vote to allot that staff time. All I've ever wanted was that official allotment of staff time. And let me just say this. The scenario that Glenn laid out about a multi-week process for citizens to bring something to their alderman is, again, to Kathy's point, the worst case scenario, again, under a different administrator. The best case scenario, no, let me not even say the best case scenario. The scenario that I believe, because of our working relationship and just how I've seen you operate in your job, is that it's actually not going to be multiple weeks. But I still, as a person that thinks things need to be black and white, I still want that worst case scenario, even of the multiple weeks, because even if you have that multiple weeks, at least I know as an alderman, if there was an administrator after you that had a completely different view of things, at least I knew as an alderman that I had some mechanism whereby I could go to my fellow aldermen and vote for something, an official mechanism, even if it took weeks. Although what I'm saying is I don't think it'll necessarily always take weeks.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I know this is going to sound circular, but isn't this amendment and this ordinance being proposed actually solving the problem we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes? It's allowing us to continue to have the aldermen bring forth something, not creating a nightmare for admin to have to spin on a dime to come up with something. It gives the entire board, not just those two aldermen, it gives the alderman or the mayor, and however it's set up, gives them the opportunity to put a resolution so that there can be discussion. Do we want to move forward with this or not? Gives our community the opportunity, and it solves the problem. Isn't that what we're trying to do? And this document will allow us to do it.
Ralph, you've been quiet on this.
Well, I can certainly understand, administratively, like the pressure that, they seem to kind of fall into when these things are kind of brought upon them. Albeit, even if it's half a dozen times, it's still, we got a lot of things going on in the city. We got capital projects, we got other ordinances, all kinds of things that are going on. And, the spirit for me of this was that I wanted to make sure that each alderman, each ward had an ability to bring something before this board. And with Marshall's amendment, it definitely does that. And looking at the practicality of just getting that little extra buffer of time, I think that delivers a better product to us as board members, because we could then lead city staff to kind of dive deeper. Maybe that first conversation is that 30,000-foot view, but then as we get our interest and our kind of feet wet with it, we start getting a little more granular with it. That's when that staff time is triggered. So I think, to Marshall's idea of we needed a process, I think this definitely outlines a specific process that allows us to do exactly what this board has been doing up to this point. And, the idea of, everything has to fall into this model, Kathy's words of, if it's something that has of extreme precedence or extreme importance, they'll drop everything. And I think it's incumbent on each individual alderman or the, that first and that second to be able to express that and truly how important it is, because some things, they're important, but there are other things that may take, an immediate precedent to a level of importance. So, the way the amendment is, or the way Marshall amended it, I think is very favorable. I would even be open to defining what that next practical meeting would be, and to not go beyond a certain amount, because, again, and to me, I think that gives us the guardrails that we need when we're all not here, that a city administrator can't just, oh, we're getting to it. Oh, we're getting to it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're
so
getting to it.
Something like a cap of, it won't exceed 2 meetings.
2 meetings or 3 meetings within those guidelines.
So if there was a cap on it of how many meetings, like not to exceed 2 meetings.
Right, and I think that keeps everybody on board and keeps everybody responsible, and no traction's lost on any other projects that may be already in play.
And that's just a vote on whether we want to move it forward, because I actually, Solon and I have been working on a project with the city logo, for example, right? And he's been working his tail off, and he shows me, and I'm staying on him, but he keeps showing me. He's like, this is where, and so I think that time limit should just be on sort of voting to allocate staff time. And then, folks, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, and I know this isn't a perfect world, but you might not be able to put a time limit on how long it takes that staff to come up with something, because sometimes it might take a negotiation with another entity that isn't always as responsive, right? And so I think that the cap should be on the allocation of staff time. Here's the only thing I want to say: please don't go back and negate a couple. You know what I mean? Don't go back and negate something that's been put in the past by 2 aldermen that's currently being worked on by city staff.
Glenn?
Yeah, it's late, and we got work to do on this thing. I wonder if we'd be open to postponing this discussion to our next meeting, so that we have time to think about those amendments and get maybe Kathy and Solon to be ready to comment to the issue of putting a cap on the delay, or the cap on the vote, some of those things. Let us have clearer heads for it. So I'll make a motion to postpone this.
We already have one on the floor.
I know, but
We already have motions on the floor.
we have a motion on the floor, but this motion takes precedent. I make a motion to postpone this item to the next meeting. Next regular Alderman meeting.
Second.
Of course, we'll have discussion on this.
I would just point out, just for procedurally, this will postpone both the vote to postpone indefinitely, and then if that fails, we're right back to the vote on the amended version from Marshall.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Marshall?
Respectfully, the only sort of edit on the fly that I think we're looking at right now is the time period of what this cap is going to be. I really think, I'm hearing from my fellow board members, and I'm this way, but I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with where this is at, because, guys, I've worked on this for like a year or longer. I really appreciate Kathy and all of them for putting, quite frankly, a lot of staff time into this, hallelujah, because I do care about this, and I think it is important, not just for citizens to bring something to aldermen, but that and this hasn't even been said yet, but for 2 aldermen that represent a specific ward to have a voice. And so I actually really appreciate where we've come to this, and I don't think it's perfect. But here's the thing, and this is why I am okay with sort of going on the fly and determining how long that time frame is. I don't think that has to be perfect. I think if we say 1 month, 2 regularly scheduled meetings, I don't know that that's perfect, but I don't know that we're ever going to get this thing perfect. And that, to me, seems to be the only sticking point at this point as far as a negotiated aspect of this. So basically what I would be ultimately supporting is going back to 2, having this mechanism, and putting into place that it shouldn't exceed 2 regularly scheduled meetings.
Is, we have a motion on the floor. Did we get a second on that motion?
Yes.
We got a lot of motions on the floor.
Yeah, I know. Hill?
We did have a second, so yes, the current motion on the floor is to postpone this item to the next meeting.
But what about the motion Marshall's
I'm sorry, I
proposing?
should say it's lay on the table. That was my misspoken. Lay on the table till the next meeting.
Push your button.
I didn't make an official motion superseding his. Can we just vote on his motion real quick, and then we can move on?
Okay, so the motion we're voting on is Glenn's motion. And Glenn, would you like to read that, please?
Glenn, you probably should have, since Artie seconded the previous one, you should probably kill that one and then redo it to make it proper. Does that make sense? Kill your erroneous one and then redo it.
Yeah, so I'll move to lay this on the table to the next regularly scheduled Alderman meeting.
And I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Hill, we're going to vote on this. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
Nay.
Hill, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Schultz,
Yes.
LeBlanc,
No.
Didham,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Howden,
No.
Lucas.
Yes.
So the result of the vote is 4 noes, 2 yeses, and the motion fails.
So I still have an amendment on the floor.
Well, technically, we still have the postpone indefinitely amendment to
Do
address.
we need to vote on that?
We could vote on that.
If you, just for clarification, if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So the motion that's on the floor right now is to postpone indefinitely. That allows you to debate the entire motion as well as the issue of postponing indefinitely. So you already passed your, did we pass the amendment for your 2 people? So that's on hold until you complete the motion
It's
to
vote on Artie's
postpone
then.
indefinitely.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second from Artie's proposed amendment. And Hill, do you have the language on that?
That's from Artie's motion to
I'm so- I feel
postpone
like
indefinitely.
We're confused. Hang on, just.
I'm addressing Artie's motion to postpone indefinitely.
Correct.
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes, that is what is on the floor. Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote on that? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Schultz,
No.
LeBlanc,
Do you need clarification on what a no and yes vote means? So the motion to postpone indefinitely, if you vote no, then you're saying you're not going to postpone it indefinitely.
No.
Denham,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Howden,
No.
Lucas.
Yes.
Okay, so the result of the vote is 5 noes, 1 yes to the motion to postpone indefinitely.
So now we're back to Marshall's motion, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Marshall, would you like to clarify your motion?
Yes, sir. It is that we keep the language in the bill. For now, I will have one more amendment after this. Just bear with me, Clay. But for now, we keep everything as it is, except for we go back down to essentially a threshold of 2. It can be 2 aldermen, it can be the mayor plus an alderman, it can be the mayor plus a city administrator.
So that's your motion.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just a question.
Sure.
Is our current ordinance say the mayor and the city administrator is another option? I don't think so.
So if the city, so the city administrator, there were some erroneous statements made earlier, maybe just because people, it's late, whatever. The city administrator and staff can put stuff on the agenda of their own. So even,
That's right.
So it wouldn't really matter if you put that, because the city administrator, if they're going along with the mayor, could do it anyway.
But I guess the mayor wouldn't need another alderman, he could just need the city administrator.
That's right. And the city administrator doesn't need any of
Right.
this anyway.
Right. Put it in. I'm cool with it.
Okay. Any other discussion on this?
I would
Yes.
probably recommend, contrary to what's up here, to remove the requirement that the mayor have an alderman vote along with them. That would probably be more consistent with Missouri law.
You're saying the mayor can put something on the agenda under Missouri law now?
For the same reason a city administrator can.
Okay. How do I amend my motion, Solon? I'd like to pull my amendment.
Okay,
I move we adjourn.
that's a real motion. Is he serious?
This is why I just suggest we picked it up at another meeting.
Marshall, I thought you had a simple proposal.
Yes, sir. And I'm okay with the language that the mayor, given what Solon is saying under state statute, that the mayor does not need another alderman to place something on the agenda. That's fine. If that's what Solon's saying state statute is. I'm not trying to oppose state statute. I simply want it to be 2 aldermen but still an alderman plus the mayor. Because
Yes.
then that would be the alderman soliciting the mayor, not the other way around.
That's right.
So to help us out here, I'll move to amend the amendment and drop the language, mayor and city administrator.
You have a motion to adjourn on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Do we have a second?
Dies for a lack of a second.
Motion dies for lack of second.
So I'll repeat my motion. I move to amend the amendment such that the phrase mayor and city staff, or mayor and city administrator is struck.
Second.
So, I'm so sorry. Can I clarify, because so Alderman Howden withdrew his amendment. So this is a new amendment?
No, I modify. But we already had a second on it. I thought we didn't have a second, so it would be better to amend the amendment.
We had a second.
Yes, and I'm amending that.
Okay.
Second.
Glenn, is this language up here what you're looking for in section C? For the first line? What are you looking for?
If I understood it, Marshall's original amendment was it could be 2 aldermen, the mayor and an alderman, or the mayor and the city administrator could put things on the agenda.
Okay, let me
So
change
my
that.
amendment is to drop the mayor and city administrator. And that's an amendment to the amendment.
I seconded that.
So the beginning of C would say, an alderman and the mayor, comma, or at least 2 or more aldermen.
So that's up there. I've added some language there to contemplate that, because there's 3 scenarios that it
Okay.
can occur. So the mayor by themselves, or at least 2 or more aldermen, or an alderman and the mayor.
No.
Okay. Wait.
The original amendment did not say the mayor by himself.
I know, but I think Marshall's withdrawn his amendment, and I think Marshall may be crafting a new amendment. Is that correct, Hillary? Oh,
Yeah, there really isn't a withdrawal of a motion once it's been seconded. Motion either has to be voted down or amended.
okay, so let's vote on Marshall's amendment.
To vote on Glenn's amendment that I seconded.
Wow. I don't know.
And Glenn's amendment was just that, except strike the mayor.
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay, so.
And, I mean, yeah.
Let me repeat it one more time. Marshall's, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Marshall, your original motion was that to modify it such that it could be 2 aldermen, the alderman and a mayor, or the mayor and the city administrator. That was your original motion that was made and seconded. Is that correct?
That's correct, but with staff's guidance,
Yeah.
I've been told that that's not correct, so I would have voted no on that.
That was voted and seconded. What I moved is a motion to amend the amendment that says drop mayor and city administrator. That's what we should vote on now. It was seconded. We should vote on that, if you're ready to vote.
If we could just get it typed on the screen so we're all on the same page, that would be very helpful.
If this amendment to the amendment passes, the bill would be modified to say 2 aldermen or an alderman and the mayor are the only ones that can.
That's what the first sentence of C says now.
But that would not be
It didn't
congruent
say, it
with-
didn't say or more aldermen, it said 2 aldermen
Solon,
or an alderman and the mayor.
I'm
That's
hearing
what
your-
it would be.
so Solon, I'm hearing your guidance, so let's vote accordingly.
Wait a minute.
I think we need to clarify the motion. We're not clear on what the motion on the floor is at this moment.
Glenn, you don't
It's-
agree with that?
No, I do not.
Okay, what do you want it to say, Glenn?
It should say, according to my proposed amendment to Marshall's amendment, would be 2 aldermen or an alderman and the mayor. Full stop. That would be the effect of my amendment to the amendment.
So you wanted to take out 2 aldermen or more. So like a 3 aldermen.
No, it never said 2 aldermen or more in any of these motions. That was an error.
Okay. So is everybody clear with the first sentence in paragraph C?
So just to be clear procedurally, if you vote in favor of this amendment to the amendment, that is the bill as it stands then for future amendments, as it's written up there.
I would not advise as legal counsel to vote for this. It does not allow the mayor to put stuff on the agenda, which is directly against state statute. But the motion's on the floor, you can vote.
Solon, though, we've got state statute, though, right, that already allows the mayor.
So Glenn's got the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Right, so what you would be doing is you would be creating a code that's not consistent with state law. So the motion's on the floor, you guys can vote on that, that's fine. But I'm just telling you, it also needs to contemplate the mayor being able to put something on the agenda because that's what state law says.
So we should.
So my intention is to vote no, and then I'm going to make that motion that Solon's saying.
So
Yeah, but the code is just like, we've been doing it just like this already.
I know, but we've been in violation of state statute. Okay. So technically, we need to vote on this,
we need to vote on the amended amendment. That
which is
Alderman
what's
Schultz
in
put-
writing up here. So board, we're ready to vote on Glenn's amendment, which is spelled out in the first sentence of paragraph C. Is that correct? Okay, so let's do a roll call vote, Hillary.
Schultz? LeBlanc?
No.
Denham?
No.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
No.
And Alderman Lucas is no longer attending the meeting. So that is 3 noes and 2 yeses. The motion fails.
Your Honor, I have an amendment.
Okay,
My amendment is that the first sentence say, the mayor, 2 aldermen, or an alderman and the mayor. That's my motion at this time.
So what failed was the amendment to the amendment. So your original motion is still what's on the floor, Alderman Howden.
so Alderman Howden just made a motion. Is there a second?
Point of order.
Yes. Push your mic.
Because my amendment failed, that brings it brings Marshall's original amendment up for a vote. And I'm hearing he's asking you to vote against it, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have the language of Marshall's motion that we're going to vote?
I know what it was. It was to allow 2 aldermen, an alderman plus the mayor, or the mayor plus the city administrator. That was my original motion. I'm urging people to vote no.
Okay, any discussion? Then let's have a roll call vote, please.
Schultz,
No.
LeBlanc,
No.
Denham,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Howden.
No.
Result of the vote is 5 noes, motion fails.
Your Honor, I have a motion that says the mayor, 2 aldermen, or an alderman and the mayor may request an item. That's my motion, please.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
Yes.
Okay, it's the text under C now. So what is it, Glenn?
My question is now a legal one. Why we've seemingly satisfied this requirement to have the mayor be able to put things on the agenda, the rest of the ordinance goes on to say that the aldermen then have to approve what the mayor put on the agenda and allocate resources to it. Is that really what we want to do? Clearly, it says, go back up to the beginning of it. You know, so the mayor, 2 aldermen, blah, 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 can request an item on the agenda by submitting the request to the city administrator 6 business days before the meeting. Then if the mayor requested it, the city administrator will add it to the next regular meeting agenda as a resolution for the board to consider. At such regular meeting, the initiating alderman shall provide the staff report, so the mayor will provide the staff report supporting such resolution. Following the mayor's staff report, the board will discuss and decide the prudence of the mayor's resolution, if any further investment of city assets, money, or time is appropriate. I think we've actually handcuffed the mayor.
No, you're actually providing the mayor a way to bring stuff before the board.
But as you said, he runs the administration. He can do it through the administration route.
He can't pass bills on his own. He can put
course
stuff
not.
on the agenda so that the Board of Aldermen can vote on it.
My
But
advocate,
he can put it on the, my point is Kathy can put anything on the agenda, right?
That's correct.
And who does Kathy work for under your reading
what
of Missouri statutes?
So Glenn, if you look up in this, the version that the part that we're not amending up here in the paragraph above C, so last part of B, and you'll see the language we're striking out from the old version, so you can see what used to be there. The city administrator, city attorney, or department director shall be able to submit agenda items. Like you said earlier, the hundreds of bills that have come before the city to make the city function properly or at all, you know, that's important, right? So all we're doing is we're saying, hey, just like the city administrator can in B, the mayor also can, because the mayor is the one that is the boss, according to the statute that we read, of the city administrator.
I agree
So we're
with
just
all
adding
what
them.
you said. I agree. No debate. I'm just saying that, but when the mayor does that, unlike the city administrator, the board can tell him, no, we're not going to do that.
We can move the mayor up there if that makes more
That's what I'm
sense.
saying. I actually think, for
Then we-
good governance, I
That's
think that's
fine.
where it belongs.
We
then
can put it up there.
my advocacy is to pass my amendment, and then I will make an additional amendment that says neither the mayor nor the administrator, when putting something on the agenda, needs the approval of the Board of Aldermen.
Marshall, I think Glenn's point is it would be just cleaner to put it in that first B paragraph. So kill this amendment and then, and I can rewrite it. Glenn, is that what you're saying?
I just want to see Marshall kill 2 of his own amendments in one night.
So if that's what you're wanting, then a vote needs to be taken to kill that, and then we'll rewrite it.
Second it? Do you need a second?
We have a motion and second on the floor for the amendment, so we need to call for the vote, and it sounds like everybody would like
Or
to
do you
vote
want
it
an
down.
amendment?
Okay,
It would be, honestly, it would be cleaner if you just voted this down
Okay.
and start over. if you
So
please.
everybody, all board members understand what we're voting on? Okay, we're voting to kill this, yes. So Hillary, roll call vote, please.
Schultz,
No.
LeBlanc,
No.
Denham,
No.
Cooper,
No.
Howden.
no.
The result of the vote is 5-0, motion fails.
Solon, may I ask that you give me a tiny bit of guidance on what my language should be?
Okay, so I just changed it up there, and I'm gonna highlight the stuff in section B. So in subsection B, you would add the mayor and remove, well, and then you can just do it as it's listed on this thing here,
If
Marshall.
you feel comfortable with that, let me ask this question so we don't have to do another amendment, so that this could possibly be the final amendment. Could I, in this amendment, also add cannot exceed 2 regularly scheduled meetings? I'd like to add that I'd like to add the language you shared and the language about cannot exceed 2 regularly scheduled meetings as well, all in one amendment.
Yeah, let me do that really quick.
I think we should open it up for public comment again.
He's wanting-
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see it.
So, Marshall, not to complicate this any further, but
Yes, sir.
let's just say in the scenario where there's a complex matter and it takes months, do you want language to be in there that would allow staff to come back to you and get a full approval to extend it
Couldn't
beyond
they
that?
do it anyway?
No, here's what I'm thinking.
Couldn't
If
they
you don't,
come
that's
back?
fine. If you don't, that's fine. We can
They
just
can
do-
come back if that happens.
Okay.
So let's just leave it.
You're just, yeah. They have to know that, though.
There's no time there's no time limit on staff time. Staff time can take as long as staff time takes. This two meetings is to have the board, you guys enough time to prepare your legal opinion, and then have the board vote on the allocation of staff time, which could take 4 years.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so in addition to adding the language of the mayor up above, would everybody read and understand paragraph C with that change that's highlighted? And is there any discussion on this?
Did we have a second on that? I know we're kind of in the process of writing this motion. Okay. Okay.
Second.
So Glenn, what we're voting on is adding the word mayor up above and this highlighted language in yellow. I wanted him to have time to read it. You good, Glenn? You need time?
The thing I think about here with the last little bit about not to exceed, I like the concept. But what do we do when, and I know what Kathy's going to say, so this isn't about Kathy. Okay? What do we do about an emergency bill? Right? Where, and let's just say we don't have a good administration, if you can imagine that future, and the aldermen really have to get something passed.
The mayor, the city administrator, or city attorney, or department directors could put one up, and that requirement's not on them.
And then in a real emergency scenario,
No, I mean, to the aldermen.
no, I understand, but in a real emergency scenario, then couldn't the alderman convene a special meeting to fire that city administrator? I'm just saying, if we're talking about.
It's not, I don't think it's like that. I think it's just, if there's an issue that has urgency to it, the alderman should, in my opinion, be able to say, no, this is priority. We realize you've got other things. And of course, at that time, the alderman would listen to the input from the staff, about workloads and all the other things to make that decision. But it seems like the alderman should hold the ability to finally say, no, we really need this to move forward.
I think if 6 of us wrote an email, if 6 of us individually wrote an email to the current administrator at the time, and that current administrator did not make an emergency, literally 6 or 5 of us or 6 of us, then I think that would be grounds for termination, which at that point we could address that. I'm just talking about.
If it was an
wild-
emergency, isn't it practical that the board would call a special meeting to address this?
Yeah.
I think so. Are there any other discussions on this amendment? Hearing none. Hillary, would you roll call vote, please?
Schultz?
Yes.
LeBlanc?
Yes.
Denham?
Yes.
Cooper?
Yes.
Howden?
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-0. Motion carries on the amendment, and now the bill as amended is on the floor. So we would need to take one more vote.
Comment?
What was that, Glenn?
Make a comment?
Sure.
So just to kind of review where we're at now, if 2 aldermen bring something up, they've got a 6-day period that they've got to hit before the next meeting to get it on there. Then it comes up to that meeting, and then the first consideration of it could be 2 additional meetings beyond that.
No, can I just say, if
Could
you get it in Monday, the week before the meeting, you have a chance, if everything comes together, to get it on that very next meeting.
No, you don't.
It would be the one following that, Marshall. Because, yeah,
I still don't understand what the 6 days is for then.
the 6 days is just to give internal processing time to get the resolution on the agenda, to get the item on for consideration of the resolution passing. So,
So what is the deadline to potentially get it on the next?
the fastest that an alderman could get something without just asking the city administrator. Look, the reality here is that you guys fire the city administrator, okay? So if she doesn't do what you want, then I think that she's probably not doing her job right. But aside from that, the fastest that 2 aldermen could put something on and get it passed with a double read would be, if you're getting it on a Monday, before a board, like the week before the board meeting on a Monday, would be the next board meeting after that upcoming one. So you'd be looking at about 36 days or so.
And assuming there's no legal holidays in that 6-day waiting period.
Yeah.
Just to get it on the agenda to discuss whether we can.
No, that would be to pass that resolution.
pass it.
So
That would be the absolute quickest.
I'm fine with that. All I'm saying is, if you put it on a Monday, that's your earliest opportunity to be able on that next Tuesday to vote on whether staff time. All right, I'm
Correct.
cool.
Correct. And I will just say for everyone, these kinds of policy decisions are what the legislature has to do, and they spend hours doing this. So I actually think you guys have worked through this pretty good.
Maybe not a good example to compare us to our inefficient state legislature.
Hey, sometimes they do a good job, but I mean, honestly, hours is probably an understatement. Months might be accurate. But these are big policy decisions on control and literally formation of government here. So, yeah, is this clunky? Is this difficult? Well, yeah, it's because we're trying to strike a balance. This is kind of what our founders went through. So I don't think that you guys have stumbled through this bad. This is just something that you got to figure out the sweet spot on.
Okay, one thing I would like to do is ask if there's any audience member wishing to speak to this bill as amended.
Okay, a lot of words shared, but the goal, I'm happy to hear that there was support behind protecting ward-centric representation. I think that's an important part. Another important part is respecting the boundaries that staff needs time to get stuff done. I've had a lot of discussions with each of you individually, so I appreciate that. The big thing, though, is just keeping in mind that this is a chess game, like Alderman Scholes was talking about, and just not creating procedural boundaries for the wards or, putting handcuffs on future boards or future administrators or future staff members. And so just thoughtful of like, do we really need to rush this through tonight, or can this be talked about more? But it looks like it's making its way forward. So the biggest thing I was worried about coming into this was making a ward incapable of representing itself. So that's like my forefront number one thing I was worried about. So I appreciate the time and attention to that fact and protecting the staff's time too. Thank you.
Just a couple points of clarification for me. One is, yes, Solon, you were correct on quorum, and I'm sorry I misunderstood that for 20-plus years of my life, that it was 3 and not 4. So yes, you were correct. My question is, why is this necessary? What I heard from Glenn and Ralph is that the two of them sponsored a bill that got passed tonight. Also from Glenn it was those two? Okay, my bad. Ralph and Ruth. But from Glenn's point, 6 bills, he said, maybe have been passed this way over the past 2 years. I guess, what are we protecting ourselves from? What are we trying to fix? What's wrong? Okay. You can respond if you'd like.
Yeah. So Larry has a famous bill, Bill 5599. It was killed by that administrator at the time. Even though it had 2 aldermen, it was just flat out killed by the administrator. We have to have a mechanism whereby we can override an overzealous administrator, basically.
I'm not opposed to the language that was, which gave you a vehicle to put stuff on the agenda.
But what it didn't do, James, is it didn't provide staff time. So in other words, what could have happened before, let's say you had that overzealous administrator, is you could just have them come to the dais. Let's say 2 aldermen wrote something. They could come to the dais and say, we didn't put any time into this. This is completely erroneous. We don't support it. That's what could happen. In order for a bill to actually have legs, it actually has to have staff time. And that's what I was trying to get a year ago, was that 2 aldermen putting something on the agenda shall allow for staff time, basically. So what the pushback is that in order to staff time to get allocated, a plurality of the board has to vote on it, basically. It's sort of a mechanism to make sure that we don't have, it's like a checks and balances thing, I guess you'd say.
And I get it, and that's why I was asking if there was an example of where it had been abused, because I didn't feel like I heard one from any alderman tonight. I'm going to say that I oppose this, that I think that, we should just keep the language as is that's stricken. I felt like it gave the board plenty of power, the ability to put stuff on the agenda. And then real quick, a point of clarification from earlier with me stating that double reads are illegal. No, they're not technically illegal, okay? But what I feel like this board has done has gone to the line of legality with what you do considering sunshine law, okay? As a citizen, the amount of double reads you do, I'm not able to come talk on items. That is the whole point of a 2-meeting system, is so that I can see something, listen to the meeting, because I watch all of these, okay? Listen to the meeting, and then the next meeting come and say something about it. But whenever you double read, especially big financial purchases for the city, millions and millions of dollars that I
Mayor,
can...
James, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is something that would probably be more suited for a public comment. This is not relevant.
I'm just
to
making
the-
a real quick point of
I know,
clarification.
but it's,
I'm pretty
I know,
much
but it's
done.
not relevant to the item, so I'm not trying to shut you down. It just, there's certain
So long, just let me finish. I was almost done, man. So, anyways.
Let's keep it to the topic we're on, please.
Okay, well, I don't know if you might double read this, so maybe this is the topic. But that's my concern, is that you're not giving the citizens the ability to come and speak on items when you double read them. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just, thank you so much, James. Your name, James. Just another thought. Public hearing is on the first read of the agenda. That's when the public has the opportunity to make a comment. The final reading goes on the consent agenda. So it's one fell swoop. We go through it because we've already had the public hearing and discussion. So if you've got some, comments, we want to hear them, but please try to make it to the meeting to speak on that item so that we have you on the record and we know where you're coming from. Yeah, you get the ability to pull it down.
You could pull it down
Sure.
yourself.
You
yeah.
can ask that it get pulled
Wait a
down.
minute, we can't have a conversation like this nobody online can hear what's taking place. So that's fine. Thank you. I believe we're on the,
I'm just needing maybe some clarification because it's really late and way past my bedtime. Solon, can you scroll up just a little bit so I can catch that whole sentence? So here's my clarification, I guess I'm needing. It says, at such regular meeting, the initiating alderman shall provide the staff report supporting such resolution. So I guess this is not my Elevate, this is my citizen of Branson hat, right? So I live in Ward 2 and I don't have streetlights, right? And so if I said to my alderman, hey, I would love to have streetlights, and he talks to staff and staff says, we're not going to give you streetlights because it's going to cost us money. Would that constitute not supporting that item to bring it to the agenda? In which case, then I lose my voice as a citizen, right?
Two aldermen can still bring it to the agenda.
Without having staff supporting
Yeah.
it?
That's what this is all, that's what this is all about.
And then the rest of us would vote whether we want to move
two
forward.
aldermen will bring it to the
Okay,
meeting.
that was my only point of clarification.
Any other comments from the audience? Okay. Hillary, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Schultz.
Yes.
LeBlanc.
Yes.
Denham.
Yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Howden.
Yes.
The result of the vote is 5-0. Motion carries.
Okay, so we are now at the reports section of our meeting. Alderman Schultz.
I have no desire to give a report at this hour.
Ralph?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I know Glenn a couple times said, you know, it's getting late, but this is our job. This is what we do. We're legislators, and you know, whether it's on this side of that wall or on the other side of that wall, many of us have spent and logged a lot of hours on the other side of that wall. I mean, till 3 o'clock in the morning, and we did it not because it was pleasant. We did it because it was necessary, and I think that's the gravitas that I approach this job as an alderman, is that it's that important for me to not push it to a next meeting, but to really dig down and get that consensus across the board that we need in order to get these things across the line. I want to say I just really appreciate, and some of you maybe still be watching, maybe not, but the level of participation in the earlier discussion, you know, I think that needs to happen more. You know, sometimes it's uncomfortable to sit here and listen to that, but you know, what that really brought was that other perspective that a lot of times we don't get to see. So to all the residents of the community, I would encourage you to stay plugged in, get engaged, come and participate in these meetings. Give us your public comment. You know, your voice is important to us, and I am going to represent that in every way possible. Happy Wednesday, everybody.
Thank you, Ruth.
What Alderman LeBlanc said.
Alderman Cooper.
I just want to acknowledge how excited Michael Woods looks right now. I'm good.
Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, you know, I've had a few big rocks, maybe 3 or 4, and as funny as it sounds, that last item that we just passed was one of my big rocks all along. And genuinely, Kathy, I know there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, it's clunky or whatever. I actually am so thrilled with where we've ended on this. I actually think it was a remarkable discussion that actually took many months. So it wasn't really just done on the fly. It actually took many, many months. And I can step away in 3 meetings now, knowing that another one of my big rocks was accomplished thanks to you, Kathy. I appreciate it.
Well, congratulations, Marshall. Kathy? And at the late hour, I'm going to have 0 comments also. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
We have motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.